quick, sit down quick. You've already stopped clapping.
Yeah, keep clapping, there's loads of them. Keep going. Right, while everybody gets comfortable, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and the festival partners, I am delighted to welcome you to Granite Noir 2025, and the last day, indeed. So, I know. Awful. It's been brilliant, hasn't it? It's been so good.
It's like pantomime.
Oh, no, it's not.
Good, we're setting the tone early, I love it. My name is Peggy, I'm the Chief Exec of the National Centre for Writing based down in Norwich. And I'm really delighted to be with you all today for this event with, I was going to say 2/3 of the fun, love and crime writers, but actually it's now
83%.
83%.
Check style over there.
Bonus Brookmeyer joining us today.
Bonus Brookmeyer.
along with Doug Johnson, Mark Billingham, Luca Vesti,
Hello.
and Stuart Neville. And opened by our local in the limelight, Richie Brown. So whether you're a seasoned festival attendee or this is your first Granite Noir or indeed any festival, you're so welcome. And I'm going to wave. I think this is being live streamed, so we're just going to wave at the wee cameras up at the back. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are. Thank you to Leslie Creerer, who is our brilliant BSL interpreter here with us today, and of course to Watson's Bookshop. So format, we are going to have a lovely blether among ourselves up here. And I will say that Mark isn't just going to be a diva, he's got a very sore voice. So he's not going to be ignoring my questions, he's saving his voice for the big gig later on. But kindly here with us anyway.
I mean, he is also a diva, just to be clear.
So we'll have a chat, we'll invite you to have a chat, and then we will rush the book stall, hopefully. So first of all, though, please give a really warm welcome to our local in the limelight, Richie Brown. Thank you.
Hello, Aberdeen. You doing all right? Yes. Right, this next song's called Psychedelic Shortbread. I sniffed the air. It was musty with a hint of ozone. Pete huffed and dropped his guitar case with a bang. I could tell he was disappointed. 10 years ago, the label gave us 2 weeks at Rockfield. Today, we had 4 hours in one of Scotland's most reasonably priced studios. The place was a tip. Cairnbog House Studio, eh? I said. Still one of the best in Scotland, 64-track mixing console. Pete reached under his audacious Stetson and scratched at the thinning ginger hair underneath. Is there a bar? There's a decent espresso machine. Fuck's sake, muttered Pete. He spat a generous green loogie onto the carpet. It does cappuccino too. Whoop-de-doo, where's Davy? I shrugged. Sorry, Pete, we can't afford him either. I'll be sound engineer. But you're my manager. Hey, I've got an HNC in music tech, you know. Pete placed his hands on his hips and looked around the room, sucking his teeth, tapping his raw, cracked lips. I took the jug from the coffee machine and filled the reservoir. Pete had now plugged in and was perched on a stool, picking out some melody or other. I'm no John Peel, but it didn't sound like he'd brought much with him for this EP. I could hear Tommy from the label telling us we were on the next train to Dumpsville. I raked in the cupboard. It's got great history. Elvis Gilhooly recorded here, everything he ever did. Pete's ears pricked up. Did he now? Yeah, even his last one, his masterpiece, Psychedelic Shortbread. Every kid singer and their dog has had a go at that on their reality shows. Ah, gotcha! I found a small bag of pungent coffee. What are you for, I asked, pouring the thick, grainy stuff into the portafilter. Strong. Milk? No, black, like my influences. I snorted inwardly. I didn't remember the boys in the Mississippi Delta struggling to play an E with the seventh. I handed Pete his mug. He tilted his head in a mock toast and slurped it down as if it were 4 shots of Kentucky Red Eye. Ah, that's the stuff. I sat down at the console and opened the mic to the room. When you're ready, Pete, give us your magic. Pete strummed his guitar, a weak, open chord, not what I was expecting. Aye, aye, John Lennon, I hissed. Let's have the real thing now, eh? But instead, Pete started swaying back and forth as if to some kaleidoscopic experimental jam in his head. I ran into the studio. I had a mind to beat some sense into him. This wasn't just his last chance, it was mine too. Come on, Pete, stop arsing around. But Pete's eyes were like hockey pucks, round jet black holes. He grunted twice, and then he started playing the most beautiful music I'd ever heard. I ran back through to the console and started the tape. Minutes passed without a pause from Pete. The music seemed to be building, gaining layers, even though it was just Pete and his guitar. Minutes went past, hours went past, yet Pete never stopped, drawing more and more from some invisible reserve. Then abruptly, he raked the strings in an almighty finish, dropped the guitar and slumped. I stood, mouth agape in the control room. "Shit, Pete," I cried. "Where did that come from?" I applauded enthusiastically, walking through the door back into the studio. "I mean, we'll need to edit it." I patted him on the shoulder. "It's too long for the EP." But Pete wouldn't look up. I slapped his face, nothing. I felt his wrist, I felt under his chin. Then I remembered I had no idea how you check for a pulse. The studio door opened, and my heart began to race. Some kind of minister stuck his head round the door. If I believed in God, I'd have said this was some clumsy answer to my prayers. "Dreadfully sorry, lads," he beamed. "We think we left something here this morning." I looked around the room at the upturned tables, chairs, and fag burns on the carpet and raised an eyebrow. Another head peeked round the door. This one belonged to some old wifey. "May we come in?" asked the minister. I crossed myself clumsily. "No worries, your worship. My friend here is just a bit the worse for wear, so we're leaving anyway. I'll just rewind the tape." "Let me help you," said the minister, following me into the console room. He nodded towards the wifey who had started rifling through some cupboards. "I'm here recording with the choir so much these days, I practically live here." He winked. "When I'm not in the other place." I gasped and instinctively looked at the ground. He scowled. "I meant the parish church." "Ah." A few seconds of silence passed. Right, the tapes, yeah. Suddenly, the wee wifey appeared beside us. "Gotcha!" She held up a little bag of filter coffee. The minister applauded. "Splendid, Mrs. Gilhooly." "Gilhooly," I smiled. "Any relation to Elvis?" She shook her head. "No, well, not anymore. But I was married to him for 20 years. Poor man. He had his usual cup of my special recipe, and then he sat down and he played that song." Her face contorted. "And he died right here, right in this studio." My face paled. "Died? Shit!" I ran out of the console room towards Pete. I felt his brow. He'd gone cold. I shook him. "Oh, Pete, wake up." I took out my phone and dialed 9, and then a second 9. And then I paused. I thought about all the times I'd carried Pete to bed, all the times we'd been thrown out of nightclubs, restaurants, award ceremonies, after Pete had got a bit emotional. The 2 weeks at Rockfield he spent on strong Moroccan listening to a single hi-hat crash. I cancelled the call and I hit speed dial. A voice answered, "F&B Records." "Tommy, it's me." I slid Pete's tape deep into my pocket. "Listen, forget the EP. How would you feel about a posthumous greatest hits?" Thank you.
The most beautiful music I've ever heard. What an apt story to read, Richie. Thank you so much with the present company. That was great. Thank you very much. So calling up the powers of the internet, I think between the 5 of you, you've written well over 100 books. You've won pretty much every award going. And collectively, you have played from Glasgow to Glastonbury, Belfast to the Bonner Hall in Dundee. So it's brilliant to have you here again, I think, in Aberdeen. You've been here before. I'm going to do some very brief little intros, and then we will get into it. And we're going to talk, we're going to start with the music, and we'll get to the books if we can, basically. So drums and vocals. Doug Johnson's latest book, Living as a Problem, sees a return for the Skelf family, Edinburgh's favourite undertakers. At the age of 14, Doug could drum along to every Rush song, and that is the energy he's still bringing today. Guitar and vocals, Mark Billingham, one of only 2 authors to twice win the Theakston's Old Peculiar Award for Crime Novel of the Year, is here today with The Wrong Hands. I think his hands are okay. The book is called The Wrong Hands, and it's the second instalment of his DC Declan Miller series. By his own admission, he brings a 3 chords and the truth sensibility to the band.
3. It's great when Mark can't speak. You can slag him off with impunity.
Italian Liverpudlian Luca Vesti, bass guitar, today discusses his addictive and unsettling new thriller, The Stranger in the Room. Despite being from Liverpool, he hasn't yet forced Beatles into the set list. And Stuart Neville's guitar and vocals, blistering new book, Blood Like Mine, asks how far you will go to protect your child, even if they are a monster. And again, these are the bios from the band's website. You've heard of the Guitar Hero's hero. Well, Stuart Neville is the Guitar Hero's guitar hero. harder to say that out loud than I thought it was going to be. And as I say, we've got a bonus Brookmeyer among us today. Chris's latest book is excellent, The Cracked Mirror. And I've heard that, Chris, you learned the guitar to be part of the band. Is that the case?
We'll get to that, yeah.
All right.
Still learning the guitar would be a one way of doing it.
Right, that sets the scene a wee bit. So I guess we should start with origin stories, and I wonder who's best placed to...
Mark? See, well, I mean, I don't mind it. Mark would normally tell this story, but you always get it wrong, Mark, so I'm quite happy to do it. So, yeah, it was weird. I mean, it started like all good rock and roll stories in New Orleans. I genuinely did, weirdly, that Stuart, Mark, and myself were at a crime writing convention called VoucherCon. How many years ago now? Eight? Is it?
Yeah.
2016, was it?
16, yeah, okay, so it's going to be 8.5 years. So, so they had an open mic night, and they had a sort of house band playing, and the idea was that people could get up and do a turn. And we got there, and the band weren't the greatest. I think they'd found the only few people in New Orleans who couldn't play their instruments very well. And I don't know if they knew any of the songs that we knew either, and so at one point they had a little break, and the person who ran the whole festival sort of got up and said, "Where are the Brits?" Because there'd been sort of like a whole chat that we were all going to get up and do a turn. And so we were kind of, me and Mark, I remember vividly, Mark was going, "What songs do you know?" And I was like, "I don't know, what do you know?" And then Stuart was like, "I'll play anything," because Stuart's amazing. So we were standing around the side, and you were playing me a Johnny Cash song, like on your phone. And I was like, "Yeah, sounds pretty easy, train shuffle, that should be no problem." So we went around and basically rushed the stage, along with a local author, Bill Lofell, who actually played drums, so I played guitar that day. And then we played 3 songs, didn't we?
Yeah.
We played, what did we play? Johnny Cash,
Folsom.
Yeah, Folsom
Prison
Prison
Blues,
Blues, 500 Miles,
Werewolves of London.
Werewolves of London, yeah.
Yeah, and someone recorded it, which was quite scary. But actually it went down really well, like people were up and dancing and it went down okay. And I remember vividly, we came off stage and we were standing at the bar having a beer. And I was just thinking, and I'm sure I said, I was like, we could do this. We could go back home and like have a band. Because we had all done stuff separately at the Bloody Scotland Festival, because there's like there's a thing at the Curly Q pub in Stirling, where they do like an open night thing, and some of us had already played together. Me and Luke had done something, me and Chris, Stuart and Mark had done stuff, I'd done stuff with Val as well, and so we were kind of like, we knew there was enough musical like talent kicking around, so we kind of just went, oh, let's form a band when we get home, like you do, and we didn't really do anything about it, but then I'm sort of pals with the guy who programmed the Edinburgh Book Festival, Roland Gulliver, and I mentioned this to him, and he was like, "That's great, you should do something." I was like, yeah, we should, yeah. And then he emailed me to say about a month later, "Oh yeah, so I programmed you in. So you've got 2 45-minute sets in the Spiegel tent." I was like, "Oh fuck." So then we had about 800 WhatsApp messages between us going.
Well, didn't he say you've got it's a 2-hour slot at the late night of the Unbound Strand, 2 45-minute sets, and Doug's response was, "Yeah, we have 3 songs and 3 members."
Because that was like the September, October, and that was literally the first time I'd done anything at the Curly Q was that September. Like, right. I think it must have been a week before you went to New Orleans. And it was, you'd got me up because I had no intention of doing anything, and you got me up because you did World in Motion.
You did the John Barnes
and you went, "Luca, you do the John Barnes rap because you're from Liverpool." And I went, "John Barnes isn't from Liverpool." He played for Liverpool. But I did a very special song after that because, and that's what kind of, I think was in your memory.
Yeah.
But then I did an event with Mark in December in Liverpool, and I had heard nothing of this. I'd seen them do this little YouTube video because everyone was talking about it, you 3 guys getting up and everything like that. But I had no idea about this Edinburgh thing or anything like that. And Mark says to me, "Can you play bass or drums?" And I was like, "Well, I can't play either of those things, but this already sounds intriguing." And I'd played guitar for like 20 years, so I thought, bass is a kind of guitar. I'll say, yes, I can play bass. He said, "Great, we're booked next year, we're putting a band together, we're doing 2 hours at the Edinburgh Festival," and I went, "That's not happening." But then we didn't hear anything until like the March, and that's when it was email, because we didn't have WhatsApp back then.
Oh,
It was emails, and that's when I found out. I didn't know. That's when I found out that Val was part of the band.
Yeah.
There was at that moment was when the emails started going around.
So the original plan was a 5-piece band, and then the idea was we had a couple of days of rehearsal in Liverpool.
Oh yeah.
And
Prior to that, I know that you'd sort of put together the 5-piece band, and then like 20 yards away, we were at Granite Noir 2017, and in Kate's bar, the green room there, and Doug came up and I was saying, I heard you that thing in New Orleans, we ended up playing in a club, and we're chatting away, and he said, we're doing this thing at the Edinburgh Book Festival, but he said, we'd this notion that we'll get other writers to join in, so how would you feel about singing something? And he talked a wee bit about it, and he said, like we did Werewolves of London, and I'm like, I'm a huge Warren Zevon fan, I'll sing Werewolves of London. So I thought it was a kind of like crime writers jukebox type thing they were going to do, or crime writer karaoke. And so I said, I'll do that. But fast forward to June, when the band first gets together to rehearse.
So the first gig is in August, and we get together for the first time literally 2 months before that gig.
Yeah.
Before we're going to do a 2-hour gig in front of like 400 people, we have this. It was one day we did as well, I think, wasn't it? We did one day, and my dad had the rehearsal studio, so everyone came. So it meant I didn't have to travel, which was great. But we did one day, and I just thought, I remember saying to Emma, my wife, that morning, going like, this could go really badly wrong. Like, we'll know within like 5 minutes if this is a mistake.
But it was fairly quickly though.
Yeah.
In the first few songs, I can't remember what was the first song we played? Actually, was it?
I can't remember.
Was it the Clash one? Was it?
Yeah, it was I Fought the Law. Yeah.
I remember. I think there was kind of feeling in the room. Actually, this isn't bad.
No.
This is not unlistenable.
High praise indeed.
But that's kind of been our catchphrase ever since. Better than you think they're going to be.
But I think it helped the fact that Doug Stewart and myself, we'd been playing in bands for like 20, 30 years, all of it. So we kind of have that grounding. And because, like, we got the drummer, the bass, and the lead guitarist. So then these lot can just come and they can stand in the front and prance about and look great and get all the plaudits while we do all the donkey work.
So you're saying we're the talented ones?
We're the talented ones. They're
The whole deal with Chris was, so Chris happened to have a book event in Liverpool anyway.
With Mark.
So he was going to come into the rehearsal room and just basically sing his song and just make sure it was all fine. He turned up such a fucking tryhard. He done like he worked out backing vocals for every single song in the set. So that's making him fucking like undroppable. And then the next rehearsal, he turned up with the guitar, and we're like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I'll be like getting guitar lessons." He's like, "He's got guitar parts for everything," and then he's got an electric guitar the next time. Holy shit!
He's like, that those annoying kids at school who are really good at every sport. That's what he's like. It's like, he's just decided, I'm going to be a cricketer today, and that's it. Because he turns up and he's like, I'm playing lead now, and Stuart's like, hang on a minute.
No, I think Doug's description of just a fucking tryhard is closer. I just decided at the age of 49, this would be a good impetus to learn the guitar. And it turned out it was, when I was a teenager, I tried, and I just had the wrong guitar and the wrong attitude, I think. And I was more bloody-minded in my late 40s, and just some YouTube videos and a lot of practice.
So Val, obviously, there's the missing member here today, but I mean, I think she was just disappointed in her life that she couldn't embody Joni Mitchell and Leonard Cohen. How did you ever rope her? How did she come into this picture then? And she was there in time for the Edinburgh gig, obviously, as well.
She was kind of central to the idea at the start, because I had done, the first time I ever met Val, this is kind of crazy, that we'd seen each other from a distance at various book festivals. But Craig Robertson, another great crime writer, who's part of the Bloody Scotland setup, came to me and said, "Doug, have you got, it's in Stirling, he said, have you got your guitar?" I was like, yeah. He's like, "Right, go down to the Curlicue now. Val needs someone to play guitar. She wants to sing a Proclaimers song and she needs someone to play guitar." I was like, "Okay, all right." So again, I did the same thing. So I went down with her. "Hi, I'm Doug." She's like, "Hi, I said, do you know this song?" "No." I was like, so I just got it on my phone again. Sounds like C and G, should be fucking easy. So we had a couple of runs through, sounded all right. So we played in the queue that night. And so I kind of, from then on, she'd done lots of others. I mean, she's a great vocalist anyway. She came up in sort of folk clubs in like Fife in the 60s and 70s, like singing, with like actual folk bands and stuff like that. So she knows exactly what she's doing. So she was always kind of part of the thing. And we always had the idea that her and Mark were going to sort of share vocal duties. And now Chris is basically doing exactly the same thing. So yeah, so the three of them are like up front. But it's like, it's just great. I mean, Val's like she said off like loads of times, if you told me like in her 60s she'd be hanging out with a bunch of blokes playing rock music, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Although Luca was kind of intimidated by the
Oh God!
prospect
So
of...
I'd never met her. So all I knew is that like I was scared of Val. That's literally it. So I'd been published at that point for like 5 years, and our paths had crossed in the sense that I had seen her at places, and then like ran away just in case I said something stupid. But then all of a sudden, when this, if we were having this rehearsal, I thought I'm going to have to actually now meet her, and I just got really worried about it because I thought I'm going to say something stupid and she's going to think I'm an idiot and this is all going to fall apart, which is ridiculous once you know Val, you know that she's not like that. But in my head, so I called a mutual friend of ours like the night before this rehearsal. And I'm really worried about like meeting Val and like like making a good first impression. He went, Luca, I know exactly what you need to do. And I was like, oh, great, this is going to be anyway. Goes to the shop in the morning and gets some iron brew. And I went, isn't that racist? And he was like, no, she'll love it, she'll love it. And I was like, no, I feel like that's right. So anyway, I went and got it, and I brought 2 cans of iron brew. And again, I bought these for you, Val. And she was like, oh, you're a lovely young boy, you are. And since then, she's been my mum.
And similarly, when I went down to Liverpool for that first rehearsal, I'd seen Luca, I'd played football against him, but we'd never actually been introduced, so I thought, how do I ingratiate myself? So I brought him some hubcaps.
Racist.
It's a serious question, though, around the logistics of this, because this is across three different countries. I mean, how do you make it work? Northern Ireland, Scotland, England. I mean, you've been at it nearly 10 years.
Yeah.
It's round up. So
It's quite tough. It's quite tough. Yeah. So the 6 of us in 5 different cities, 3 different countries. So I mean, we have to sort of pick and choose what we're doing, and we have to sort of just try and use our time as like efficiently as possible. I mean, I think we've probably had, and we definitely have had more gigs than rehearsals.
Yeah.
By quite some factor as well.
Quite a lot, actually. Because I mean, we could have just played the same set over and over, but we'd drive us nuts. We'd just get so bored. So there's always new material coming in. So we can try and meet up once or twice a year, spend a day or two like just rehearsing, working on new stuff or whatever, stuff like that. And then when we get to things like this, like playing tonight, we try hopefully get a decent sized sound check. So it's kind of like a bit of a rehearsal as well. But it's tough. We do a lot of homework at home. We're kind of sort of sitting, guitaring or drumming along to stuff. Because it's a covers sets, so it's songs that we all know. Yeah. But we play them quite differently, so then I have to have recordings of us rehearsing them, so we actually do it like we do.
You say we know. None of the songs were written in the years after I was born. So they tell me we're going to do this song, and I have to then go and find out about this song. But I've never heard of in my life, It's ridiculous.
I'm going to speak now. I'm not putting up with this shit. He's going to start. He's just going to start telling me I'm older than his dad in a minute.
Not quite, but
so going back in time to that Edinburgh gig. It wasn't actually our first ever performance.
No,
our first ever performance was on the day of that gig when they suddenly said, "Oh, you're playing on BBC Radio Scotland."
Live.
So we did this live show in front of an audience. It was the first time we'd ever played anything in public.
500 people,
yeah.
Live on radio.
Right, live on the radio. And then we did the gig in Edinburgh, and it went really well, and we did a few other gigs, and we started doing some festivals like this. And then I get this phone call one day saying, "Do you want to come to Glastonbury?" And I promise you, I went, "Oh, that sounds great, thanks very much, who's on?" And this fella, his name is Paul Charles, said, no, does your band want to play at Glastonbury? So I was the one that sent everybody the email going, this is not a joke. And cut to, that summer, we played Glastonbury for the first time. So we played it again last summer.
Not the last,
But it was just an astonishing day, absolutely astonishing day. We're all running around going, this is proper bucket list stuff. The best thing is when you get to the backstage area and you go through all that malarkey of getting your wristbands and all that stuff. You get to your sort of hospitality bit, and there's all these fridges, big line of fridges with different bands' names on. Right, that's your fridge. And when we were first asked to do it, one of the things I was asked was, what's your hospitality rider? Right, and I didn't want to be pushy because we were so grateful to be asked. So I just went, dozen cans of beer and a bottle of red wine for Val. Right, no problem. Right, we get there. It was the hottest day of the year. It was like 100 degrees. It was bizarre. So we drank all the. Anyway, so there's our fridges, and in our fridge, a dozen cans of beer. which we drank in about the first 3 minutes. And then Stuart came marching over, very irate, and went, "Have you seen what's in Hawkwind's fridge?"
Just like that. That's racist as well, but
Yeah. And Hawkwind, you opened their fridge and it was like all
bottles
the
of vodka
booze you've
rolling.
ever seen, just vodka rolling around. So we did sort of rather raid Hawkwind's fridge. So last year when we did it, I asked for quite a lot more.
But we got kicked out of our fridge this time by Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe kicked us out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like every band got like one fridge. So like Hawkwind, all of this stuff falling out the fridge was because they got one fridge. Russell Crowe turns up and his band have got a fridge, and then he has his own fridge.
Did he have his own fridge?
He had his own fridge.
Big time bastard.
And it was our fridge. We
And it was
got-
our fridge. He's turned up and gone, "No, I can't be sharing with these plebs. I need my own fridge. I'm in Hollywood, you know."
That's all our stuff got took out and put in a box on the floor.
Now you're really spilling the tea, lads. This is the real
We should
dirt.
just one last thing on the logistics of the band. It has to be acknowledged that Stuart flies over from Northern Ireland all the time. That's a great imposition on him. And Luca's postcode is now a train.
Yes.
You know, he just spends so much time on trains. Usually not on trains, waiting at Preston to get on trains.
I have been stuck in Preston far too many times. I mean, like, I don't want to denigrate Preston. It does it well enough for itself. But it's not a place you want to get. We had a gig, it was Glasgow, wasn't it?
Aye.
And me and Mark, I jumped on the train at Wigan, and Mark had been coming up from London, so I jumped and joined you in Wigan. And we went from Wigan to Preston, it's like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden the train stopped. And then it's not happened, there's no train. That's what they came on, basically. There's no train. And it's like, what's going on? They cancelled all the trains going north. Me and Mark, we had sound check at like 4 o'clock that afternoon. And we had to run across Preston to a car hire place. And then you had to drive up to Glasgow. And we made it with like 10 minutes to spare.
Most of the things we talk about are, it's not sex and drugs and rock and roll, it's just travel logistics. I'm going to get the A359 up to, that's kind of
It's
what we...
genuinely a big sigh of relief once everyone's in the city we're playing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, everyone's here, right? We might actually be able to play a gig.
Yeah.
I've also discovered, because I'm an idiot, and I didn't really leave Liverpool until I was like 32, I didn't realise how big Scotland was. So and I've been here, this is the third time I've been here, it seems to me, I always forget. I get to Edinburgh, I'm like, oh God, that's been 4.5 hours, and there's another 2.5 hour train from there. And I'm like, wait, where do you hide in Scotland? I grew up with maps on the weather where it was like, Scotland's this big. It's massive!
Most one was Ullapool.
Oh my God. There wasn't even a train station there. You get to Inverness and they go, good luck.
We essentially are a Scottish, because half the band is Scottish, and we end up doing most of our shows in Scotland.
Yeah.
And when we did some shows in Canada, and we were billed as a Scottish band. Scottish band, the Fun Loving Crime. Right. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Kill out.
Yeah.
Lovely. Can I ask you all, and you might all have a different answer for this, but what is in your view, that your banger? What's the showstopper number-wise, and or indeed your favourite to perform? That might be a different answer.
I don't know if we want to give that away.
Oh, really?
You'll have to come tonight.
I believe there are tickets still available.
Did we mention they're on tonight? Yeah, they are. They're on tonight.
Look at us doing that. I'm going to say one, fuck you guys. The one I like playing most is Down in the Tube Station at midnight by the
Yeah, I
Jam,
enjoy that one.
which I really love because it's hard. Because the rest of them are quite easy for me, just bashing things like a mad, like Animal from the Muppets. And that one actually takes some skills, so I feel like I'm actually fucking earning my money.
I like it when they let me do 30 seconds of a song that has been released after I was born. And then they stop me and I don't get to play it anymore. But those 30 seconds are glorious. Yeah, like 30 seconds.
I was intrigued that Val, who's written over 40 books anyway, but I think she at some point said that singing is easier than writing books. And I know that some of you sing, but I mean, in terms of making music, is it easier than writing books?
Well, it's a completely different sort of setup, isn't it? Because it's instant gratification and working as part of a group. There's there's two things that you don't get as a writer. Like, you're sitting in your lofty literary garret. Well, that's just Mark. It's great, he can't speak. So you're sitting in a room for months, or maybe even years, writing a book, with your imaginary characters, and you don't really meet the outside world until you go and do festivals a little bit. But it's you're still on your own, but this feels like a gang now. We've been doing it for so long that we get to actually just hang out together and just making music, any kind of music together is great. And you've got people like hopefully dancing, and clapping at the end. It's like, it's, you know, that instant gratification you just don't get doing anything, you know, anything to look at.
Is we have an absolute ball. I mean, Val and I, as the senior members of the band, shall we say, there's times when we just catch each other's eye across the stage and look at each other and go, this is fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? It's so much fun. It is so much fun.
I think also what makes it easy in the sense is that we haven't decided we're going to just start writing our own material, which I think is when the end of the band is going to happen. Is when suddenly, like, Stuart turns up with, like, I've got 4 songs I'd like us to try, and it's not going to work out. And I think that's what, because you are basically just there for fun at that point. You're just having a good time, rather than, you know, trying to build a career out of it like we have done with writing. You know, some more successfully than others, obviously.
I think also as well, I think writers were contradictory in the sense that to write a book, you have to be quite happy with your own company. You have to be able to sit on your own for long periods of time, staring at a screen and being solitary. But we're also kind of show-offs as well. Because at the end of all that, you want to give the book to people, and you want people to enjoy the book and sort of pat you on the back for it, and pay you hopefully as well. So it's kind of, the band, I think, appealed to that show-off side of us as well. And I mean, some more than others, Mark.
When I can speak, I'm going to go, boy, you're going way.
You say as much in your book, Chris, of The Cracked Mirror. There's a line, something to the effect of that writers are either sort of raving narcissists or kind of like shy introverts. There's a bit, so I guess it sort of appeals to both natures, as it were.
Well, actually, I think it's interesting that we joke about it that all crime writers that we know are all frustrated rock stars. I think that's a big part of it, and it is. I mean, Doug's joking about it, or Stuart's joking about it, but Mark, when I've talked about this, that we are kind of born show-offs. We like getting up. We don't mind making an arse of ourselves for other people's entertainment. We enjoy that, but that's not true of all writers. You know, a lot of people become writers because they want to be cloistered away in a room, and in the last, I mean, when I was first published, which was like coming up for 30 years ago, a lot of writers didn't require to make themselves publicly available in the way they do now. You know, it's become a big part of the job now, is the ability to communicate to an audience and to be on stage, and it probably is maybe attracting people who are that bit more extrovert or have an extrovert side to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know a little bit more about the music in your lives that's not the band. You know, do you listen to music when you're writing? Is that a part of the process for you, or not at all?
Very much, but not songs. I can't listen to stuff that's got lyrics while I'm actually writing, because I just lose myself in the, you know, I stop thinking about what I'm writing and start thinking about what Elvis Costello or Paul McCartney are on about, or whatever it might be. I like having music on, maybe instrumental musics, you know, like a bit of Ennio Morricone or something. Yeah. But there's always music in the house, always.
Yeah, I listen to soundtrack stuff as well. Usually something that's like slightly off-kilter, because that's kind of, it gets you in the mood for writing slightly off-kilter books. But I mean, it's great. At the same time, I've got one ear out for the kind of music. The Skelf series that I write, there's one of the central characters is a drummer now in a band. So actually, as I go through and I'm referencing songs and music in the books, I'm kind of sticking them on a playlist, because it's like, and then sometimes if I'm back to the edits, I can actually put that on. So that is some songs with lyrics and stuff in it, because these are literally referenced in the books. And sometimes I'm having to describe what the music is like, which is a fucking weird thing. I did a whole presentation at Oxford last year about how writing about music is pointless. But it hasn't stopped me trying for like 18 books.
I've listened to, I've got a playlist of 680 songs or something, and that's always on a loop when I'm writing. I couldn't do it in silence, and instrumentals would make me go to sleep. So I think it's because I'm like, but there are moments where like all of a sudden, like, you know, there's a Pink Floyd lyric in the middle of the book, and I have to like take it out, otherwise I have to pay them a lot of money to But music has been like part of my life since I was like a baby, so I mean, like it's just like second nature to always have music on. And it's been great because like my wife hates my music, and my kids hated my music right up until they became teenagers, and now they love my music. So it's all over the house now. So like I can go anywhere in the house and the kids will have my, you know, it's like, so it's great. I like,
nice.
For me, you know, when I'm writing, if I sometimes go to the local library to write, and I have to have earphones in, I have to have music playing, and it's almost like a wall. It's like a sensory thing to sort of screen everything else out. And I think music for me, from when I was a teenager, has always been the thing you sit and brood to in your bedroom, and kind of whatever music it is you're listening to. It's kind of, for me, it's always been a very personal thing. So I think now when I'm writing as well, it becomes this barrier between me and everything else when I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm doing. But yeah, my dad was a singer and stuff, so it was always a musical household, so the music was always there.
I'm the odd one out here. I do write in silence, or I do a lot of my writing by just going for walks, and then when I actually get to the house, I can't have music on. I do find it distracting, but I do derive a lot of inspiration from the stuff I've listened to. Sometimes it's not necessarily lyrics, sometimes it's just the emotion of a song will spark something, but often it is some sort of lyrical thing that will just, but I found that I do write, I've written a few times about the dynamics of being in bands, and so when I wrote The Cliff House, that was the first time I'd written about being in a band post being in a band, and realised at that point, if you realise the sort of trust that you all have to have in each other, and how vulnerable you are around each other, and what would happen if someone broke that trust. So I sort of made that a big part of the plot in The Cliff House. But it's just something that I think I was into music from the age of about 6. You remember, like, just seeing, God help us, Gary Glitter on top of the pops. I'd been jolly excited, you know. And from then on, there was just anything. There was always music in the house, you know, and it just, you're surrounding yourself with emotions and ideas all the time when you're listening to good music.
Yeah. And I mean, music is in the fabric of these books, Doug, despite you saying, you know, I guess, how do you write about music? And that's its own difficult thing. But and I also feel it would be remiss not to bring the books into this event and drive you to Waterston's after. But I mean, the title of your book indeed is from a lyric, isn't it? Of the Skelfs, the latest one.
So the most recent book, in the Skelf series is called Living is a Problem, which is a riff on this Biffy Clyro song, great Scottish band, called Living is a Problem because everything dies. It's so true. But yeah, that's a kind of little subplot in the book, but I've always kind of, music has been throughout all the books, actually. My second novel was entirely about a band. I had a whole novel which, like, the whole backstory was about the grunge scene and bands I was in, playing in Edinburgh and Glasgow and stuff in the 90s. And it's become a really integral part of the Skelfs thing, because I'd realised after writing 10 standalone books, I'd never actually written about the experience of playing the drums. And so I made Dorothy, who's the sort of matriarch of the Skelfs family, who's 70 years old at the start of the first book, I made her a drummer, so she gives drum lessons. And then there's a couple of books where she's sort of giving drum lessons to young girls, usually young women, drummers. And I thought, it's like the worst thing ever to be a drummer and not be in a band. It's like, what are you doing? You're just fucking drumming along to whatever you listen to. It's like rubbish, or yourself. So I think it was book 3. She formed a band called The Multiverse, which is just like a bunch of random people. It's just kind of, that's Dorothy's way. And in the most recent book, there's a kind of refugee community choir as well as part of this as well. So they get to play music throughout all this, and then there's this other thing that's going on with this Biffy Clyro. There's a dead body that the Skelfs have taken over from Edinburgh Council. They've taken over the funerals of people who don't have anyone to mourn them or to pay for their funerals, or who they don't have any contacts. And they have this unknown person who has Biffy Clyro tattoos. So they kind of get onto the Reddit forums and stuff, in the fan forums, to try and find out more about this guy. Mm-hmm. And so that kind of runs through as well. And it's just true, because, living is a problem, isn't it?
Cheerful. Where do we go from there?
I'll be the one hitting the drums like all the time.
But I mean, it's interested in lots of things around death and the future and grief, and all sorts of ideas are through this book. Doug, I wonder how much you can place at the door of having been writer in residence in an Undertaker's with the Skelfs books.
Yes, so that is, people often say, where do you get your ideas from? And sometimes it's impossible to answer that question. For this one, it's really fucking easy. So I was writing in residence at a funeral director's in Edinburgh for 6 months. What did that involve, I hear you think? Good question. So it was a really interesting gig, actually. I mean, literally the job was was in the sort of arts listings, and I applied for it. In fact, they were looking for any kind of artist in residence, so I guess it could have been a sculptor. I don't know why you would have sculpted, but, or anything. So I got an interview. I had to put my suit on and go to the funeral home, and I sat in the sort of like the bit where they arrange funerals and got interviewed. And so I got the job because I basically pitched this idea that I was using my journalism skills, not fiction writing. And the idea was that I was going to give the employees of the company, it was quite a big company, a bit of time and space to reflect on the work they do and how it impacts on their own lives, having to deal with other people's grief and death and bereavement every day. And so I went around and basically interviewed as many of the staff as possible. I job shadowed everyone in the company, so I sat in on funerals being arranged or funeral services. I helped out, and I went to pick up bodies from the morgue and from nursing homes, and I sat in on embalmings and cranial reconstructions and things like that in the embalming room. And so the end product was actually a little non-fiction book of like reportage and interviews and stuff like that, and kind of thought pieces, which didn't get published widely, but I think the company still, they have like hundreds of copies that they give them to new employees when they start. And so there was a running joke when I was there that all the staff would say to me, I mean, they all had great senses of humour, obviously. I think you have to, as a sort of release valve from working in that industry. And I had great respect for them all, but they were like, oh, you'll get loads of like material for your books here, eh? And I was like, well, not really, because good fiction, it thrives on conflict and tension, right? And that a funeral director is trying to defuse conflict and tension, at an incredibly stressful time for everyone. One of them said to me, it's like being a wedding planner, except you have to do everything in a week and everyone's fucking miserable. Like a wedding planner. So you can see the good sense of humour. But the experience stayed with me. I couldn't let it go. And it was actually several years later, this quite often happens with me, that I kind of thought, well, I can use it as a backdrop. So the setup for the Skells books is that there are funeral directors and private investigators. So that's where the sort of the mystery and the plot engine drives. And then you've got this other stuff going on in the background, which is hopefully not sad. They're like about death, but they're kind of, blackly humorous and optimistic books, I think, hopefully.
For sure. No, definitely agree. Mark, this is the second outing of Declan Miller. Are you happy enough to say a wee few words about that? Just that I love this, that he prefers to think of himself as a curious and free-thinking wolf with a small group of close friends rather than a lone wolf. Can you say a little bit about Declan Miller and about this new sort of series?
Yeah, because I'd written, 19 novels with this guy, Tom Thorne, who's a sort of gruff homicide detective, and there is humour in the books, because I think there has to be humour in everything, but I wanted to write books where humour is kind of front and centre. So the Miller books, Miller is a homicide detective in Blackpool, the book's set in the north, who's gone back to work much too early after the death of his wife. So he is somebody largely defined by grief, but grief has turned him into somebody who just doesn't give a shit. So if he thinks of something, he'll say it, which makes him a joy to write about at all. Because basically, if I think of it, it comes out of his mouth. So he'll say the wrong thing. He doesn't care who he upsets. He doesn't care what people think of him, which make him, a fun character. And there are jokes. Sorry, not sorry. There, because I can't. The idea that humour and seriousness are opposites, I just find ridiculous. It's just not true. The opposite of seriousness is triviality, not humour. And jokes are anything but trivial. A lot of the time. I thoroughly enjoyed writing them. This book is just, bloke turns up on Miller's doorstep with a stolen briefcase containing a pair of severed hands. And it just goes from there, really.
Brilliant. I loved it. It's very, very funny.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just trying to whistle through everybody because we want to leave time for you all to have your questions as well. Stuart, cat and mouse. Very dark cat and mouse kind of situation, dark caper, how far a mother will go for her child. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about Blood Like Mine?
Yeah, it's I guess what they call a crossover book is the buzzword these days, genre-wise. It's structured very much as a thriller, but it's also a horror novel that there's a very strong supernatural element running through it. And the premise is a woman called Rebecca Carter has been on the run for quite some years with her daughter, who she calls Moonflower. And they've been travelling across the southwest of America, just trying to stay out of sight. But everywhere they go, bodies are left behind. The victims are all men, all with their throats cut, all drained of blood. And an FBI investigator finally gets the lead that he needs and is able to catch up with Rebecca Moonflower and discovers that, yes, Rebecca will go to great lengths to protect Moonflower. And the issue with Moonflower and the reason these killings have been happening is that Moonflower has, shall we say, very specific dietary requirements.
It's a vegan.
And so basically, Rebecca spent these last years desperately trying to keep Moonflower alive, and out of trouble. But all that comes crashing down when the Popo come after her.
5-0.
Yep.
Why did you want to go into that kind of crossover genre bending space, would you say?
It wasn't. I didn't feel like that big a step for me. 'Cause my first couple of books, my debut novel, which is 15 years ago now, was published as The 12 here, but the original title, as it was published in the States, was The Ghosts of Belfast. And again, it was a thriller, but it was also sort of losing the title Ghost Story as well. And I kind of moved away from that. I tried sort of consciously to leave that side of my writing aside and to stick more kind of police procedural kind of stuff. But then during lockdown, I published a short story collection and realised that actually what I really like to write is that stuff that's in the grey area between thriller and horror. And then the book I published after that was called The House of Ashes, which is set in Northern Ireland, and that again was a thriller, but it was a ghost story at heart as well. And then Blood Like Mine just takes a step further into that sort of macabre direction.
Brilliant. And I think festivals like this, it shows what a broad church noir crime writing is. It's massive. And I wonder, Luca, in terms of your work, where do you see yourself in that spectrum, that noir sort of umbrella, if you like?
Noir, it's French for black. I think one of the things that kind of drew me to crime fiction just in the beginning was because it is that kind of big umbrella of different kinds of stories that can be told within it. I started off writing police procedurals, and I wrote 4 of them. And then I wrote my crossover novel, The Bone Keeper, which was a crime and horror thing. And then since then, I've kind of written a lot of like psychological thrillers, but the very domestic kind of, the very real, like The Stranger in the Room is very much about grief and how different people, how people react to it differently. The book is actually dedicated to, I lost 2 people in the space of a month and a half last year. My uncle and my mother-in-law. And I don't know why, but because it happened in such a short period of time and it was on 2 different sides of the family, I was watching everyone and how they reacted, mainly because I didn't want to deal with my own grief whatsoever. So I was watching how everyone else kind of reacted to it, and that's what the book became about, was that kind of. So Alison Lennon, who is the main character, her son is killed in the first chapter, and she believes she knows who did it, and she kind of channels her grief into making everyone believe that the person that she suspects of doing it is the guilty person, despite the fact that no one else believes that it could be that person. And you have her husband who reacts very differently, basically shuts down, and then there's other, there's all the different kind of characters within who react very differently. I'm very much about character-based like thrillers, so I want you turning the page, but that's because you want to care about the people, because you care about them and what they're going through. And I think everyone is kind of like that though on the stage. Is like, kind of characterization is really important for all of us. And I think the best crime fiction is that really deals with great characters.
Yeah, quite agree. Chris, Bonus Brookmeyer, Cracked Mirror, a high concept kind of tightrope, really. Tell us about that.
I'll give you the quick pitch. It's like, what would happen if someone like Miss Marple had to team up with someone like Harry Bosch? So it's about a octogenarian amateur sleuth from Perthshire who lives in a wee village, and it's a very well-to-do wee village, very posh, very touristy, awful lot of murders, all of which she solves. And then she gets invited to a wedding, and she's a bit confused because she doesn't recognise the names on the invitation that is inviting her, and she thinks maybe it's an administrative error, but she's still going to go. But she's also concerned that maybe is that she doesn't remember who these people were because she's losing her memory. She's getting old. She knows her nephew keeps giving her brochures for a retirement home. So that's one end of it. She's your amateur sleuth. Other end of it, meanwhile, in Los Angeles, there's Johnny Hawk, classic maverick detective, LAPD homicide, kind of guy who's always in trouble with his captain. He's always getting a new partner to break in because his partners kind of go the way of Spinal Tap drummers. And he is asked to investigate an apparent suicide at a movie studio. And because the head of the studio is very politically influential, he's asked to investigate it thoroughly, professionally, but discreetly. And Johnny manages 2 out of 3. He's not convinced this is a suicide. He steps on a few toes. He gets suspended. His captain literally says, "I want your gun and your badge." But the one clue that he's got when he's suspended that he wants to follow is an invitation to a wedding in Perthshire. So it takes these 2 archetypes from different sides of crime fiction and forces them together. And wackiness ensues. ...
Lovely. That's a whistle stop. Thanks, everybody. That was, we got there. Could I invite you to have any questions or comments from the floor? Then we'll get, we've already got one hand. Thank you for that. We'll get a mic to you. Thank you so much.
Morning. Basically, it's a double-headed question or questions. Fun-loving crime writers have obviously been very successful, more successful than you could have imagined. Is this because you don't take yourselves too seriously?
Yes.
I'm sure it is a big part, but the other bit, and Stuart did touch on it, you are all very talented writers. How about writing your own songs? Because as a writer, your joy comes from people buying the end product. A songwriter, their joy comes from people listening to the music. Now, yes, you are good at doing covers, but I'm sure you'd be equally as good with your own material.
We've often said amongst ourselves it would be the death of the band if we tried to do original material.
You've got 6 people who all listen to very different music as well. So I don't know what the mashup is of country Mark and indie rock Luca. It's going to be very interesting. I don't know what would come of it.
Also, Doug is a songwriter. Well, we all dabble. Doug does more than dabble and puts albums out and stuff. But we couldn't write songs for the band. That would be the end of it.
Can you imagine the 6 of us tried to write a book together? That's what the equivalent would be. I think it would be an absolute Frankenstein.
I've got no problem with that as long as Mark and Val's name is quite big on the top.
Big on the top. Me, you and Stuart are just tiny in the bottom.
Stuart's just at the bottom.
But the royalties are split even.
But it's split even.
Yeah, that's fine.
In fact, we should get a little bit more just because what do they need?
That's great.
Thank you for that. I think that's a no then, unless...
but it's one of those things though, but it's like, it sounds great in theory. And at the beginning, I remember us having a conversation, like, maybe we should try, I think you said at one point, it's like, maybe we should have a go, and it was like, I just don't know how it would work. Because as I say, the musical influences are all very different. What kind of song would it be? I don't think we could literally agree on a genre of music before we'd even got to writing a song.
Well, I think we're also begging the indulgence of the audience.
Yes.
So and one of the conversations we'd often have when we start knocking about suggestions for what songs we should play, and they say they have to be either one of 2 things. They need to be a song everybody knows so that they'll enjoy hearing it, or in the event that it's one that they don't know, maybe one that somehow tells a story. But mostly it's songs that people know. I think that's we know we get away with it because it's toe-tapping numbers that people are familiar with.
It's a party band.
Yeah.
You come to have a good time. It's like something different at a book festival that you would... that's why I thought Glastonbury was like a free hit. Because I thought, well, that's not our audience, so it's not going to make any difference. They're not going to look down their nose at us because we're never going to see them again. So I had no problem with that whatsoever. And they just had a good time because we were having a good time. So that, I think that's what I think we start trying to become a little bit worthy of and this is our latest single. I think it might just become less fun and more like we're trying to make it now with something else.
And Luke is absolutely right. It's a party band, and we don't take ourselves too seriously, but we can fucking play.
Oh yeah.
By the way, it's like you can't fuck around and have a good time on stage unless you can play the songs. So we make sure we can do that bit right, so then we can have fun. Sorry, that sounded like a lecture. Sorry.
Yeah. That's like we're not shit,
I feel like that's probably a really good advert for the gig tonight to end on. But is there any other tiny, maybe a short burning question? We do have one. Thank you. If you wait for the mic, and this will be the last one, I'm afraid. But thank you all for being a great audience.
Cheers. So obviously you're gaining in popularity, your crowd's building. When you eventually do headline a gig at Wembley, who would you have as your support acts?
When we played the Queen's Hall in Edinburgh, Doug was our supporter.
But that was only because they didn't have to pay me.
For us, actually, the great kind of one that got away was that for the Edinburgh Book Festival in 2020, the plan was that as well as us playing a show, we were going to get to kind of essentially guest programme a Strand, and we were all going to be able to get various musicians to come, and we would like chair their events, you know. So and we were already kind of like laying the plans because people that we had ins with. So I was going to ask Richard Jobson. And I was going to interview him. I think Mark was hoping to get Elvis Costello.
Willie Vlotton, I was going to get over.
I wanted Roger McGough because I want to do Lily the Pink. We'll drink it.
I think the new director would go for
And then
that.
COVID.
Then COVID happened, and that was the end of
Get
that.
on the blower to Jenny Niven, the new director. I reckon she would go for that. It's a great thought. Now that does have to be the end, I'm afraid, of this morning's fun. But of course, you can come tonight and hear them in action, and I hope you will, or maybe you've already got your tickets. I'm just going to wrap up with a couple of thanks. Thank you all very much for coming today in person or indeed online, wherever you are. Thank you to Leslie for the BSL interpretation. Hope we didn't tax you too hard, Leslie, with all that. Thank you to Waterstones, another little reminder that we do have the books for sale, and you're very welcome to pop over and then pop to the signing table, and you can continue the conversation there.
And Mark refuses to play tonight unless you buy at least one copy of the book. The massive diva.
I'd like to thank Richie Brown, who kicked us all off in fine style today, and a biggest thanks, of course, to our panel. So thank them very much. Thank you.
people there. It sounded like there were people there
Yeah,
before.
I think they're both.
Hello. We can't see you because of the lights. We will later, but
No, they are both there.
they are both there.
Yeah.
That's great. Lovely, bubbly. Well, welcome to the Lost, or is it Found in Translation panel. I imagine that you're here because, like the people on the panel, for you, when there's the latest translation comes out from a great author from around the world, you want to be there because it's in that connection with the text that you get to travel and you get to spend time in a mystery or a crime from another part of the world. And it's just fabulous to be able to travel like that from the comfort of your own armchair or when you're on the commute. So on behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and the festival partners, I'm delighted to welcome you to this Granite Noir 2025 panel. I hope you've been having a fabulous festival, if you've been attending other events, and if this is your first event that you've managed to get to, welcome. And to people joining us online, thank you so much for beaming in and for sharing this event. My name's Jackie Collins, also known as Dr. Noir, the founder and director of a little mini festival, Newcastle Noir, and I love the connection between Granite Noir and Newcastle Noir. With me are two authors that I know quite well, and a new author for me. And again, I think, you know, as readers, when a new name comes out, I think crime fiction readers were just keen to find out about a new author, because there's always room for one more at the table, don't you think? Yeah, definitely. So, furthest away from me, if you'll allow me to introduce the author, Ørjan Karlsen, a Norwegian author, and we're going to be talking about his book Into Thin Air, published by Arenda Books. Ørjan grew up in Bodø, a sociologist by trade, but he received officer training in the army and has taken part in overseas missions. He's worked in the Defence Ministry and is now a departmental manager in the Norwegian Directorate for Civil Protection. Oh, to delve into that part of your life, if we're allowed. He's written a large number of thrillers, sci-fi novels, and crime novels for adults. Ørjan, thank you for being here today. Welcome. If I might just start by asking one question before I introduce the other authors. What I read about, you know, your previous work, to what extent does it influence your crime writing?
I think it has influenced me quite a lot, actually. If I could take one step back, before the crimes, I wrote thrillers. And I started writing thrillers because one day I was sitting at the office of the Norwegian Ministry of Defense, and she was talking to her opposite in the parliament. And at the time, they were discussing if Norway should send special forces to Afghanistan. This was right after 9/11. And I was just struck me that I'm actually sitting here getting info that I can use in fiction, and I'm more or less, you know, it's only me that gets it and can use it. And that's when I decided to write thrillers, and I brought that with me into crime, my crime novels, and tried to make them both as realistic, but also noirish and gritty, which I am certain that we will get back to later on.
We will indeed. Thank you for sharing about that. And I love the thought of you sitting there, you know, I mean, in this very serious, very responsible position. And I could just imagine you taking some notes, so that'll work. I could use that.
Sometimes, you know, as a reader, I can escape into other people's fiction, but I can also escape into my own. And sometimes I thought it's the only way you can keep sane.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. So next to Ørjan is an author whose work I first got to know through a book club that I'm a member of. Teresa Solana, welcome. Thank you for being here. We're going to be talking about your book, Black Storm, amongst other things, published by Corylus Books. But we're going to be talking to you from both sides of the coin of writer and translator. You're a multi-award-winning Catalan crime writer and literary translator, renowned for your funny, distinctive writing, and I can attest to that because that first experience I had, I was struck by the way you blended comedy with that darkness and just that perfect combination that you bring out. So your first crime series featuring the unidentical Masdeu. How do you pronounce the twins' names? Masdeu?
Masdeu.
Masdeu,
Yes.
thank you. Has been translated into several languages and included in English Bitter Lemon Press. That's, yeah. And your short story collection, The First Prehistoric Serial Killer, was longlisted for the CWA Short Story Dagger Award in 2019. But I wanted to ask you about an award I saw you'd been given for that first book that I read of yours, A Not So Perfect Crime. And you were awarded the 2007 Brigada 21 Prize. Could you explain to us what that prize is and how, as an author, you felt in receiving that?
Yeah, the 21 Brigada Prize is a prize that gives the readers, no? It's, So, yeah, it was completely a surprise because it was my first novel. And of course, I was very grateful, and it allowed me to see how happy I made so many people.
Yeah.
And honestly, that encouraged me to keep going, to keep writing, because, well, I thought that the reaction of the readers really encourages me to keep going.
Yeah, I love what you say about it being the readers and that connection between author and readers, because, you know, here you sit as writers. You probably, given time constraint, won't get to know everybody here today. But that thought that your work will go home with people and that they, you know, the joy that you will bring, I think it's such a beautiful thing about the work of authors and translators. And we're going to talk about, of course, that aspect of the work that allows us as readers. Thank you for the joy that you bring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to me is probably we go back so far, and you're such a good friend, as well as being somebody who is instrumental in bringing so many people work in translation. Thank you for all that you've done over the years. Really appreciate it. Quentin Bates. I can't see your hands, but just put them up if you've read any work translated by Quentin Bates. I can see waving there and they think, yes, yes. So there you go. You see, look at that. People who you've brought joy to, not necessarily by your own writing, which we're going to talk about as well, but bring in, I know you have. Hey, no. Because we're going to have a bit of a love fest about Quentin's character, who we're going to talk about Gunhilda. And I hope you've met Gunhilda, because if you haven't, there's a series just waiting for you with a character that I can bet you'll think, why haven't we seen her on our screens? But there we go. It's one of those things sometimes.
Sometimes it was not meant to be.
It was not. But hey, for anybody who's not met Quentin before, I love your story, because you, to me, it's that story that says, let's take a chance, because you never know what might happen. And the fact that as a teenager, you left British shores, went to Iceland. Escaped, you say.
Escaped suburbia.
Yeah. And went on this amazing adventure and had a new life. Yeah. You know, you were almost like reborn as an Icelander.
Went native, yeah.
You did, didn't you? All those years of being in Iceland and being married to an Icelander,
Still am.
And still am, which is lovely. I love that, yeah. True love does exist, yeah. How do you feel now about that country and that space and that culture and all the work that you've done in bringing authors to us, you know?
Difficult to tell, because I'm both an insider and an outsider.
Yeah.
So I have both viewpoints. So I see it as a newcomer, as a visitor, but also I know all the inside jokes as well. You know, I know who people are and what they do and why they shouldn't be talked about and what you shouldn't mention, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So it's hugely enriching having two cultures to play with.
Yeah. Do you think as well that, again, that idea that because you have been so many years in the culture, when it comes to translating, do you think it gives you an edge, maybe that for somebody who knows the language very well, but hasn't had that amount of time spent there, does that give you something extra, do you think?
I hope so.
Yeah.
But I think you do need that cultural side of things as well to be able to translate.
Yeah.
Certainly for fiction.
Yeah.
And you can translate a manual for an outboard motor without having been to the particular country. But to get under the skin of fiction, you need to have read the newspapers and talk to the taxi drivers and all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah.
That's very much part of it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I shall come back for more and for Gunhilda. But if I might go back over to Ariane, your work Into Thin Air, translated by Ian Giles.
Yeah.
Ian, an absolutely fabulous translator. Wonderful work there. I wonder if you could start by talking to us about two of your characters in the book, Jakob Weber and Nora Yoon Sande. I love the fact that you have a character in Jakob who he comes to us and dealing with grief. He's just lost his wife. And that Nora, that she has escaped. Yeah. She's left Oslo. Yeah. So please, if you will, present your characters.
I think to understand Jakob, we have to say a few words about where he is chief of investigations. And this is the city of Bodø. It's in Norwegian standards. It's a medium to large town, 50,000-60,000 people. So being here in this island is pretty small, but still. And it's north of the Arctic Circle. So we have 6 or 7 weeks of midnight sun during summertime, and then we get it in reverse in February and January when it's dark all the time. And of course this influences him and it sets the scene. So Jakob has recently lost his wife. He's trying to find his footing, but he's also haunted, I would say, by other cold cases that have been resolved, but he can't really find, there are things there that he can't really figure out. So what he has done basically in the first book is compensate for the loss of his wife and maybe lack of a larger network and just bury himself in the work. And he has a dog, so that obviously helps him a bit. Yeah. Nora was an up-and-coming investigator in Oslo. Then she had a terrible and abusive affair with one of her superiors. She worked for the main crime police investigation bureau in Oslo. And she was only 25 when she was hired. She was really a star, but things went bad. And then she escaped, so to speak, up to Nordland police district. And her file is sealed so that her superiors up at Nordland can't really see the internal investigation and the reason why she had to leave. So she has this kind of ambiguity in her, and when these things, and we're probably going to go into that later on, happens on the small island of Rust, all of a sudden Nora gets to know that the assistance that they receive from the capital is then led by her former ex-abusive boyfriend. So obviously that, to put it mildly, complicates things a bit.
Indeed. I mean, the tension that it exudes from what happens in that dynamic, it's very powerful. Yeah. Thank you for introducing your characters. Thank you. I know there are other characters around those main...
But they are the two main ones, I agree.
Yeah. So in similar vein, I wonder, Teresa, if you'd introduce us to Norma Forrester.
Yeah. Norma Forrester is the main character of the novel, is the female detective that is investigating the murder of an old professor in college. And Norma, she is called Forrester, that is not a Catalan surname, because her grandfather was a fighter in the International Brigades during the Spanish Civil War. And in the novel, the Norma's family is as important as the investigation and the plot, because it allows me to make a kind of portrait of the Catalan society Norma's family belongs to this Catalan bourgeoisie. That means that they are not rich, no, but is this kind of bourgeoisie cultivated with dysfunctional members, and is a microcosmos.
Microcosm,
there. Yeah. And the thing is that, well, the investigation that she's doing about this killing, in some ways is related than something that goes to the past. So that connects this family connection with what she is investigating. And that allows me to give different perspectives of the Spanish past, no?
Yeah.
Through this character.
And I'm going to come back and ask you a little bit more, given that I work at Stirling Uni in Spanish and Latin American Studies, and the Spanish Civil War is, you know, but so if I may, I'd like to ask a little bit more about that, yeah, and the past informing what you're writing. I'll come back to you on that, yeah, but I'm just going to ask Quentin, because we've talked about novels, and we're going to come back to those novels, and those are those, and I should mention, you know, that sense of the work that you do with Corylus and the translations that, you know, the work in translation. But if I could just come to you as an individual, as a translator, and you've worked on so much, and so it might be difficult to ask you this, but what is the trickiest aspect or phrase or idea that you've ever had to wrangle? I mean, is there, you know, and textually, not necessarily with individuals, okay, but textually where you've thought, I just can't. And then you did in the end.
And jokes and idioms are always a problem, especially jokes. If it's a play on words, then you have this, you know, do you translate it directly and it's not funny? Or do you substitute something else that is funny but isn't what the author wrote? So that comes into it as well. Right now I'm working on a book of ghost stories.
Oh.
I'm translating this for a small publisher. And the word náufrodi has come up, and I don't quite know how to translate it. I know this is one I've been scratching my head about for the last 3 weeks.
Okay, so can you give us an idea of what is it? Is it a noun, an adjective?
It's a noun.
Okay.
It is because now I know how to bring back a ghost from the dead.
Oh.
Okay, because
if anybody would like that service, Quentin is available after. Yeah.
Náufrodi is the liquid that emanates from the corpse's mouth and nose as it arises from the grave, while you're making your decision whether to keep it coming or send it back down again.
Ooh. Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I think ectoplasm may be close to it, but it's not right.
Yeah.
So I'm still figuring out what to call náufrodi, but it essentially means death froth.
Okay. Okay. I'm at that moment of where do you make the decision? How do you know you want to keep this coming, or when do you say, nah, you back you go?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And there are ways. I mean, so you have to, as it comes halfway up, you have to ask it who it was in life, whether it was a big man in stature and in standing as well, and because then you have to fight it, and if you lose, then it drags you down with it.
Okay.
But if you manage to bring the ghost up and subdue it, then you can send it to do your bidding, and it will persecute your neighbours, or anybody you choose. It will kill their livestock and burn their house and poison the well, to the 9th generation. So
as
this
I
is
say, Quentin is available if anybody has tricky neighbours that you wish to, but there is a price to be paid.
So this is something worth having, you know.
Indeed. Thank you. I'll just bring us back from the edge of the grave and the dangers that may lurk there. To say, Teresa, you too, of course, work in translation as well as writing. But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a personal question. Because Black Storms is translated by somebody very close to you, is it not?
Yes.
Yes, by Peter Bush, who happens to be your husband as well. And so I wanted to ask, did he win you over by his way with words? Or did you meet each other before the writing and the translation began?
Well, when I met Peter, he already was a well-renowned translator. He translated from Spanish, French, Portuguese, and he's not Catalan at that time. And I was a translator, so we met as translators. And for him, he was surprised when later, when we were together, he discovered that I was writing crime fiction, especially because he knows that I am one of those persons that faints in front of corpses, in funerals. I mean, I'm not good at that at all. But on the other hand, I love writing about that, you know. So he was really surprised about that. But yeah, no, I think it was perfectly. Mainly because we both are translators and we know our stuff and we agree about what is translation. People usually think that translation is translate between languages, and it's not. A translation is a translation between cultures.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Between
Yeah,
cultures. So, and we have more or less an agreement. We disagree sometimes in some things, but it works well.
When those disagreements have occurred, has it ever meant that you've gone to bed without speaking to each other?
No.
That's good.
Not really.
That's good.
But you had to think about it.
Yeah. No, not really. But at the end, I just say, oh well, I am the author.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Again, you know, we were talking about true love, but I'm thrilled by the way that, you know, you are a couple, but you're also that you work together on making texts come alive for people who couldn't, you know, and how that dynamic between you. Yeah. So please do say thank you to Peter when you see him.
Sure.
If we stick in just the translation,
Yep.
you know, and you and Ian working together, I know it's a very different dynamic to, you know, Teresa and Peter. Yeah. How has that been for you working with Ian? You know, if you could maybe talk to us a little bit about that dynamic.
It's been very interesting because, as you said, it's a meeting between cultures also. So we had discussions of what I was trying to convey and how it is conveyed in English. Some parts were actually adjusted to better fit the English reading audience. And I think that's also enlightening for me because you are able to see your book with fresh eyes and understand that things that you as a Norwegian don't have to think through is not directly evident maybe for an English reading person. So sometimes you also emphasize a bit more things that you take for granted in Norway. And I think actually that's part of the translation process because at the end of the day, you need to keep the reader in mind. You want to convey the story as well as you can. And making adjustments on the way, I think is necessary. And also, book number 3 now is being translated into Dutch.
Okay.
And also the translator that I have there, she's very active. We have a lot of exchange on mail, everything from very silly or very strange Norwegian names to lines of action through the novel. So, and I really appreciate it because I think that I, as a writer, learned to see things a bit different. I can actually see my work in a different light, and that's actually quite helpful.
Yeah, I've often wondered as well, particularly with regard to Scandi Noir, Nordic Noir, given the popularity that has continued over the years, whether writers from that region, when they start a novel, are they conscious that this writing will go beyond these borders? And so as a Scandi Nordic author, are you writing now with bearing in mind that this work is going to be read beyond these borders, and I'm thinking of the non-Norwegian author when I write, or do you not do that?
I think I'm more conscious of it, but when I launch my new novel, I always do it at my hometown Bodø. And of course, this is maybe a week after it has been launched, and I know that a lot of the people in the audience will have read it. So if I all of a sudden, you know, alter things, which should be more easy for readers in other countries to read it, I would probably hear it straight away. So, and I think actually that would be less interesting for you guys also. I mean, what you want is the sense of presence, of being there, going up north, the big Western Sea, the Lofoten Islands, and beyond just ocean until you reach the North Pole. You have days when you see that the sea and the sky just meets in a gray line. And I remember one scene I wrote in this book where Jakob is standing on the shore, not feeling, you know, he's slightly depressed, or at least thinking dark thoughts. And he all of a sudden can just see from that inflection point that the ocean rises up and starts rolling towards him. And you know it's almost impossible to see that before the wave hits you. And this is more like a manifestation of both the sense of place, but also the state of mind sometimes during, especially when it's dark up there. And if I was going to tinker with that, I don't think that you guys would like to read this. You would like to read it as a journey into the high north together with Jakob.
Definitely, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Arian. Quentin, as translator, author, are you able to almost like, you know, be a Lego head, you know, swap the Lego heads from one to the other? Or is it better that you bear in mind that, you know, when you work in translation, that you're also an author? How does your process go?
You mean switching from one to the other?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
You just switch that one off and switch on this one and start from there. That's no problem at all.
And are you never tempted with a manuscript, not your own, to think, oh, I could, maybe I should, or
No.
you leave alone?
Leave it alone. You mark it in the comments.
Yeah.
And say, no, do you really want to do this, or should we do that, or something like that? But that's not my decision. That's the author's decision, the editor's decision.
Yeah. And a typical, you know, because I say you've worked with so many people. So
quite a lot now, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you know, on average, with an author, how much contact would you have? I mean, you know, would it just be like written notes, or do you get on the phone, Zoom with people? How would you?
All sorts.
Yeah.
It can vary from zero contact, which is unusual because most authors want to engage, but some don't.
Yeah.
To a very close relationship, very good working relationship, and a constant flow of ideas backwards and forwards. I don't like them to see the manuscript until it's done. I prefer it if they see the whole thing rather than chunks here and there, because I tend to go back and adjust as I get a better feel for the voice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not going to give them the first 3 chapters, but they can have the whole lot when they've seen it.
Okay, bearing that in mind.
But there are some authors that don't engage, but for very good reasons, such as Stella.
Oh yes, Stella Blomqvist. Yeah, go on.
Well, Stella is anonymous.
Yeah.
She's the sort of best kept secret in Icelandic noir, because her first book came out in the same year that little known guy, Arnaldur Indriðason, published his first book.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, so she's been around a long time.
Yeah.
But the identity is more or less secret.
Do you have any contact whatsoever with Stella?
No, I have no direct contact with Stella. I can send a message through the rights manager at the publisher, who's unfortunately just retired, so that's not going to work anymore. And then 3 weeks later, I might get a reply. But all I've had from Stella is that, yes, fine, thank you.
Wow, that's almost like spy activity. Yeah.
And there's been a huge amount of speculation as to who Stella is. And every time there's a new book, then it pops up again on social media. So, who is Stella? I know who Stella is. And the number of people who said to me, of course I know who it is, but I can't tell you.
And I wonder, do they? And I wonder if...
Yeah, exactly.
do you know what I'm thinking, audience? That if maybe when the day comes that finally, the true Stella Blomqvist, we were there in the discussion of that. And we'll be ready. Yeah. If you can ever let us know, do. If you ever find out,
I'm
do
still
let us know.
80% sure I know who it is, but without that extra 20%, I'm not going to say anything.
Okay.
And even then, I probably wouldn't tell you. Because it's better for me to not know.
Because then I would have to kill you.
Exactly. All of you.
All of you.
I'd have to bring down the ghost that I raised last night.
No,
to
please.
persecute to the 9th generation.
Don't do that to Aberdeen Performing Arts. It's not fair. No. Anyway, but bearing in mind the process that you were talking about, of it different with authors.
It's very
and things
different.
like,
Very variable.
I wonder then, Teresa, you in your work as translator, the kind of contact that you have with the authors that you work with, is it varied like that, or do you have a strict way that you work?
Well, the thing is that I mainly translate dead authors.
So back to him.
There are big advantages to translating dead authors.
No, I translated a book by Donna Leon, for instance, but I already met her as a writer. I just contact. I'm now translating another dead author, Jane Kerrigan, the Irish, but I contact them when I really need to ask something, and because if not, but it's true that some authors like to be in contact with the translator, and others don't, and they make them very nervous, sometimes, because they are not able to understand the translation, so they had to rely on you completely, and it depends on the author. There are,
Yeah, and there was something specific that I wanted to ask about translation. Quentin alluded to it, the idea where humour's concerned, of is there something that it will something that will go over directly, or it will something that can go over if you change it a little bit. But the choice to say, I can't do anything with this, we're just gonna have to leave this out. How often in your translation work do you come to that point of, nah, it won't go, and you're left to find a new way of doing it, or a workaround?
Well, the thing is, because when you translate a novel, you never translate word by word, because it doesn't make sense. It's true that with the English language, sometimes there are some things that are, impossible to translate, in the sense that it sounds good in the English language, but if you put the same in Spanish or in Catalan, it makes the text awful. And you don't want to give this impression to the reader. You want that the reader has the same experience that the English readers, so they can enjoy the novel. There is something that we translators call compensating.
Okay.
Sometimes you can say one thing in one sentence, but you can say in the next, you can compensate. And these are the tricks of the trade, is what you need to know, this kind of tricks. And it's also a question of sensibility. On the other hand, I am always very faithful to the author. I mean, I never change anything substantial. If it's a dark suit, it's a dark suit. It's not a pink suit. No, this kind of things, or no. But sometimes in the Catalan or the Spanish translation, you have to leave things, because English language is very specific about I give you an example. With the left hand, he grabbed the pocket and a few inches in the floor, and all these things very detailed. That doesn't work. You have to rephrase. You can say some specificities. No. But yeah, that's a trait.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated by the process and how it works and what, yeah. Thank you.
I'm passionate about translation, I'm sorry.
It's beautiful. We'll go north again, and we'll go into the cold. Because before, when we were talking a little bit, you said how keen you were those spaces. So if you talk to us a little bit about Bodø and Røst, the island, and not that trite, oh, it's another character. How important? Just talk to us about those spaces, because maybe people have been to those spaces, but for people who haven't, describe and tell us and why they fitted your story.
Yeah. I can give a bit of a background first. This was during COVID, so we had nowhere to go except, on vacation in our own country. And my father lives on the island of Røst.
Okay.
And I hadn't been there since I was a young kid myself, 7 or 8 years. He just recently moved, so I've seen him before I was 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And I went there, and it was so different than I remember. It was this, I saw it with my adult eyes, and it's totally flat. And you can see that when the waves come in, it's that kind of place. And it's really out in the Western Fjord. And the island in itself has this kind of desolation feeling to it. And all the buildings that are standing there are very weather-worn. And it has this kind of quality that you travel back in time, even though when you go into the houses, they are modern as yours and mine. But the sense of place in itself, what the humans have done there, those that live there have done there, and the terrain itself creates some kind of feeling that separates it even from the mainland. And I was out there jogging, and at one point you can basically see the entire island from that place. And I just thought, if I all of a sudden just disappeared here, how would they explain it? How could that happen? And I just brought that idea with me back to Bodø, which is like a ferry ride or a short plane ride over the Western Fjord. And then I was out in the city mountain of Bodø, where it's very green, very lush, and on sunny days you can see the Lofoten Islands, and you can see every area around. You can even see into Sweden. And I was thinking, among a lot of other, people out walking, if I disappeared here as well, how would they explain it? Like among all these people, and then I got the idea of Into Thin Air, and I understood when I started writing it that this is as much a mystery of how they disappeared as it is a story about what it means to live in this place, in this area, what nature means to us more than just being something pretty to look at. It affects us in a way that I still am trying to do. I think I'm maybe getting better book by book, but it's also something about me growing up there. What separates me from my friends that grew up in Oslo, for instance. I'm even now, many years living in Oslo, I still miss this kind of thing where I can look at the horizon and rest my stare at the mountains. I get a bit restless when there's just rolling hills, or there's just this kind of, what I described to you guys earlier, this kind of point where sky and ocean just vanishes into this kind of gray line. And you feel that there's something beyond that you really can't define, and that could be malign in some way. And I wanted to bring all this into the novel, and in a way also maybe that will help people, the readers, just also understand the main character, but also the killer. Because I'm writing also from the killer's viewpoint. I understood quite early that I had to have sessions where I only did that to separate myself from the other points of view, because it was so different and it was so intense, and at times I felt that I crossed a barrier myself. It was, maybe I took it a bit too far, and then I just pushed myself. And luckily I have a very good editor, and we discussed this afterwards, because you don't want scenes to take away the attention to the main story, but sometimes it's hard to see where the red line is. Yeah. So I try to, compress all this into a novel that should also be an easy read. And it's up to the readers to decide if I succeeded. But it was a very interesting journey for me myself. I rediscovered the place I grew up, and I saw it with new eyes, got to see it with my hero's eyes, and I got to experience it through the murderer's eyes as well. That was interesting.
Do you know what you say about an easy read, but that sense of, I think, the complexity of the points of view that you weave together do not in any way prevent it being an enjoyable read, because I think that's, you know, an easy read, an enjoyable read, and yet not a simplistic text.
No, that's probably my broken English here, but
not at all. No.
And it's not an easy read either. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, because some of the moments you do take the breath away, which is beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to throw something into the mix that is a little bit tricky. Okay. But sadly, in our contemporary times, we have to engage with it, or at least keep it at a distance and do what we need to do. And I'm going to bring in those two dirty letters, AI, because, of course, where translation is concerned, it is there, and how do we deal with it? I know as an academic with my students, we can't ignore it, so better that we engage with the beast and try and work with it. Quentin, what's been your experience with this delightful entity?
I have some experience of this. A book that I wrote has been, I shouldn't say that, should I? There's a book appeared in Icelandic recently, and it was and we went through this process where it had to be done through AI, because this is the way the publisher wanted to do things. And it was... You told me I shouldn't swear, didn't you?
It would be best if you didn't. You have a wide vocabulary. Express your frustration in other words.
It was a clusterfuck.
Okay.
It was slow, it was badly done, it was difficult, it was awkward, it got everything wrong that it could get wrong.
Because you mentioned one aspect of it last night, didn't you?
Yeah,
about a certain foodstuff. Go on, tell us the story about the foodstuff.
Langoustine.
Yeah, langoustine.
You know what langoustine is? Yeah, it's what they call in Scotland a prawn.
Okay.
It's a prawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it translated that as langrir.
Which, for those of us that don't speak Icelandic, is
a fin whale.
How big is a fin whale?
It's about the size of 2 buses.
Okay.
Or one big bendy bus.
That's if you're hungry.
A little bit
you
of
have
a
one of
difference
those.
there. Yeah. And the computer didn't pick up on this. The first set of editing, which was part of the AI process, because that was part of the package that it would be reviewed, they didn't pick up on it. The editor didn't pick up on it. It wasn't until it came to me that hey, that's not quite right. Yeah. And even now, I'm sort of looking at this text, and I'm because it appears as an ebook. Sorry, as an audiobook. And there are still words that bug me that pop up suddenly. There's, that shouldn't be insight, that should be instinct, and things like that. Because the computer doesn't have this cultural interface. It's not, that's completely lacking from it.
Yeah.
It's words bang bang bang. Yeah. So it was a mess. I won't repeat the original word.
Yes.
Yeah, it was difficult, and it was far more time consuming than just a regular translation would have been, and more expensive as well.
Yeah, yeah. So as it stands, it's still not taking over to provide.
I've a feeling that it's better from another language into English, because into Icelandic is difficult because it's a niche language with a small dictionary. Yeah. But it was still. I really didn't like the experience at all. Didn't get on with it, and the results were dubious.
Indeed, to say the least. Yeah. Teresa, have you wrangled with AI in your translation work?
No.
No.
Well, no. Well, actually, one of the things that people used to say to me recently is, "Oh, okay, you will have no more job because artificial intelligence will do the job for you." So some people think that is happening, no? But I always give them an example. There is a Chilean novel, I can't remember the author now, but the novel is called February, you know? If you translate Febrero in Spanish, if you translate the title of the novel into English, yeah, it's easy, February, Febrero, February. But what do you think about February?
Yeah.
February in Chile is the summer season.
Yeah.
So for a Chilean reader, you know, they understand a completely different thing. So probably if you translate this novel into English, you have to change the title. This is one of the things that artificial intelligence doesn't do. So,
but having said that, there are things it does really well.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to give us an example?
Yeah, if you wanted to translate like an engine manual, the AI knows instantly the difference between a camshaft and a crankshaft. Whereas I have to go and look it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Things like that. But we're not using it for the right things. We're using it for the fun stuff instead of the stuff it should be used for.
And coming back to that cultural, rather than technical, but coming back to the cultural aspect of storytelling and how that necessarily just doesn't go easily and directly. And I wonder, Arian, I mean, as an author, you know, and all the difficulties that there are there now by saying, you know, authors' works just translated straight off and put online to be bought. Have you, how are things in Norway with regard to fiction writing and AI?
We had the same kind of reaction to this, like when you said OpenAI and the other ones started to use literature to train their AIs.
Yeah.
In Norway, that was also a big uproar. And what they decided in Norway was that they are now going to, as a way of also trying to protect a small language, the National Library will take charge of making a language model in Norwegian. And they will then go to the publishing houses and ask for permission to use works from different authors and basically just feed that into the AI. And then we will get a small compensation. And of course, that would never have happened that way, hasn't it been for the way that we all of a sudden realized that the big tech companies used our products to you know, train their own systems. So it's awareness on it. I use AI myself sometimes as a dialogue. In Into Thin Air, for example, I know that during the war there were Germans in Bodø, and that was relevant for me because Jakob's great-grandfather was a German soldier in Bodø, and his father went back to Bodø and settled there, and there's like a side story there. But I just wanted to know, and I just asked where were the Germans most present, what did they do, and as you said, then it goes back to kind of historical sources, and very quickly then can say here and here and here and here, and then you can take those points of information and go to someone that is locally well known, and knows the local history of Bodø more than I do, and say, is this correct? So you are able to verify these kinds of facts faster. But otherwise, it's just a tool then. I mean, 4 years back, I would have Googled it, you know.
Yeah. And that's the thing, isn't it? When we talk about AI, you know, Google has been there, you know, for a while doing that kind of job, but they need to work with it so that it doesn't take over. I wonder, you know, in 12 months' time, thinking about a panel about translation here, and where will that be? It remains to be seen.
There will still be translators, we hope.
Oh, please. Yeah, definitely. I will open it up to questions from the audience, but I'll ask one more question, if that's okay. And then I know there's people waiting with the roving mic, so do be ready with your questions. I wanted to ask, if I may, Arian, if I can stick with you, because you have a character in your book, Martha Moy. Yeah. And I love the fact she's also known as the nature lady. But she brings the whole aspect, I'm thinking AI, but influencer. And that, you know, that Jakob struggles with the fact that how can being an influencer be a real job? Yeah. But he's also, I love that, he's concerned about the vulnerability of people who share their lives on social media. And I wondered then, given your other work that you've done, how do you feel about you as an author and social media? Because the need to be out there, the need for people to know you in amidst all the noise and all the other people and all their great books. As the author, not as Jakob, where do you feel about this social media conundrum?
But to begin with, I was a bit uncomfortable with it. And I felt that every time I was asked by, especially my publishing house in Oslo, to, drop some news or lay out pictures, and I always felt very self-conscious. Now it's bragging again. It's like a very, I think not it's only a Norwegian feeling. I think it's very common.
Yeah.
But eventually I started thinking about this as my craft, my trade, a way to interact with my readers. And I promised myself that what I would do is, if I get questions, if they get in touch with me, I will answer each and every one. Okay. And I still do. And I think that that's part, at least that's part of the contract that I have with my readers, that if they have a question, or if even they just, send an email or a Facebook message and say, hey, I really enjoyed it, or I was a bit disappointed, I will always write back, because at least they took the time. So that made it a bit easier for me to be out there. And now I must admit that the slight feeling of unease is no longer there. So hopefully I will not lose my bearing at some point and be the guy that is everywhere all at once, and you get tired, because it's a fine balance, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
But so far, I think it's okay. And of course, I met Karen and Orenda Books, and they are on a different level when it comes to highlighting it. Yeah. And I was able to engage on this Twitter tour, or the X tour, or whatever you call it. Yeah. And I met a lot of really new readers, readers that put out reviews, and it was a really nice experience, because it was actually the essence of what I want to do, to interact with those that engage with what I write. And that was really fulfilling for me, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Teresa, for yourself, you and social media, how often, in what way do you engage it fully, or do you keep a distance?
I am in social media, but I am not very active at all. And because I'm just overwhelmed about all the things that people put there, and you have to be all the time, so. And I need time to sing, and I need time to reflect. I need time away of the screens. Yeah. So, because of my publishers, I put things in social media, and I share things with readers. I like to do that. But I'm not very active, and I avoid to put personal things, because, I am a private person. Yeah. I mean, so...
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, before we go to the audience, Quentin, are you a social media bod, or do you keep it out of your life?
Try and keep it at a distance, but not with any great success, because you have to do this stuff, unfortunately, even though it's uncomfortable. Yeah. But I try and keep personal stuff out of it. I don't post anything as me. I just use my Facebook page and various things
and
like
your
that.
Cats.
And the cats go on there. Yeah. People like cats.
Yeah.
The editorial assistants.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And they get much more response than anything else.
But isn't it that thing? Again, it's one of those things, aspects of contemporary life. Being an author, you can't not use it. I don't think. I've had authors say, I'm not going to do that. But then, how do we as readers? How do we find out about you? Because we want to, and I mean that in a very, in a very measured. The boundaries are all set, but you as authors, you fascinate us. The way that you do things and how you do it, and we just want to know. So thank you that you do engage in the way that you do. And as I say, it's in a very, healthy way of trying to find out about you. Anyway, we won't go to stalker mode, because that's just not good. Please.
But they are fascinating.
Stalkers are fascinating.
yeah, they
Have you had a stalker?
not yet.
Not yet. No, not yet. We'll see if we can get. No. So please.
I can just put my ghost onto them.
Oh, true. We'll never be the same again after that ghost. Hello, lovely audience. It's lovely to see you. Does anybody have a question for any of the? Oh, thank you so much for being the first question there.
Hiya. If a book was being translated between, say, Norwegian and Catalan, would that be one direct translation, or does it get translated through English? And if so, does that cause more problems?
Well, we used to translate from the original language. Just in the case that there are not translators available in any particular language, you can do through English or to German, but no, we translate from the original. Yeah.
Just to add on that, we are also lucky in Norway to have a translator that is very good at translate from Japanese to Norwegian, and before she then started translating the Murakami books, so we got them directly from Japanese to Norwegian. And I would say that the quality of translation, instead of doing the byway from the English version, is better. So if you have that kind of competence, I would always think that the publishing houses would like to be like what you said, a direct translation from one language and culture to another.
Yes, and not adding that extra degree of separation.
Yeah.
But I know in the case of certain Icelandic texts that it's just not been possible.
No, they've gone through something else into Korean or Tagalog or whatever.
Yeah, not ideal, but better to be able to, to get that text in translation maybe.
Ideally it is, but if you can go straight to the source language, that is ideal. But with a niche language, that isn't always possible.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for your question. Anybody else? At the front, thank you.
Hiya. So I just wanted to ask, with the nuance of language and kind of the way crime genre is, are there any unique difficulties or challenges from translating into the crime genre specifically?
So would you mean if there's certain things around the actual crime itself?
Yeah, kind of the genre and the kind of the plots in it and this typical way you write those, if there's anything with that brings a challenge specifically when you're translating.
Okay.
The swears. No, because the way the character speaks, is very important. So you have to really choose very well what swear you choose in Catalan or in Spanish, not to be too much or too less, this kind of things. But there are always challenges because sometimes the police procedures, these kind of things that you have to do some research and to see, especially when we are talking about novels that are hard-boiled, that take place in the underbelly with gangs and mafia and all these things. For instance, in Catalan, there is a word that it's very difficult for us to translate. It's the word thug. Thug? A thug?
A thug.
A thug.
Yeah.
We don't have this word in Catalan.
Do you not have thugs in Catalonia?
Yes, but we call them in different ways because we don't have these mafia thugs, and because we don't, a thug, you understand what it is.
Yeah.
No? We don't have the word, so you have to translate this word every time different, depends on the context. These are the challenges of translation.
Yeah, Quentin, do you have any examples from Icelandic?
Handrukkar is a little bit awkward to translate now and again. This is an enforcer or a debt collector. You have to find different ways to translate that depending on the context. This is somebody who'll go around and break people's fingers if they don't pay a debt. Yeah, rather than a bailiff who turns up in a black car.
Yeah.
But I agree with Teresa that getting the swearing right is important and great fun.
Yeah.
Because Nordic swearing is generally profanity, whereas in English our swearing is gynecology.
Yes.
So you have to find equivalents.
The mind boggle. Oh, okay. So I'm just thinking. I'm just going to sort of like take this.
Sorry
back
about that.
No, it's fine. I'm going to take this back to Arian and say, in your writing, and when your writing's been translated, sticking with this excellent question, thank you. Have there been things that were there, either swearing or something to do with crime in Norway that just doesn't happen? Are there any examples you could talk to us about?
One thing that I've discussed both with Ian and also with my Dutch translator is organization. I mean, you have this idea that the template of how a police force is organized is the Scotland Yard or something, but of course it isn't. Each nation has its own terms and how they are structured, and for instance, in the Nordic countries, the levels from top to bottom are probably fewer than you will find in other places. So they have to find the right words for that when you translate. And just to have a short story, the most famous Norwegian author, I will not, in crime writer, that is currently writing, and I will not name his name, he did the opposite. He had in one of his novels, he said that the chief of police in Oslo was on election like they do in the States.
Yeah.
And had it been any other of us doing that, they would probably have a lot of, what do you call it, comments back. But this was more or less, I guess, he just preparing for it to be, adaptable into the US. But no name mentioned.
Yeah, of course, to protect the innocent,
of
course. Now, I am aware of time, so I wonder, could we take one more question? And can I say that if you haven't had a chance to ask a question, why not go see the authors, because they'll be there signing books, and I'm sure they wouldn't mind you going asking a question as well. So one more question, if there is, please. So yeah, great, if you would. Yeah. Good stuff, yeah.
I'm Norwegian, by the way. I'm not English, but or British, but I live here. What are your thoughts on translating from a minority language such as Norwegian or Catalan into the lingua franca, the cultural homogenizer that is English? Do you fear that part of the culture can get lost? Does that make sense?
It really does. So getting lost in translation when, talking about the culture going over, have you felt that your novels have maintained the essence of the Norwegian and the Catalan culture?
If you're looking into thin air, I really much feel that way. And I think we are back to the relationship between the author and the translator. And my cooperation with Ian has been excellent. And also at Orenda, they also engaged, like the editor there as well. West was also very active.
Yeah.
So that helped. And hopefully I was then able to keep it in a way that when you read this book, you will feel, see, and smell the high north. At least that's the ambition. And then, of course, it's up to the reader to decide. But of course, I had books being translated into Finnish, for instance, and the translator never contacted me, and I'm totally unable to read what they say. So I'm just assuming it's good there as well. And one final thing that I think that we sometimes forget, I was able also to choose among a few different people that will read the book, making it into an audible book. And I think that the English reader of Into Thin Air is even better than the one that I got that I think is really brilliant in Norwegian, because I mean he has this reedy seaman, like a sailor or a person at sea. Like I can see him as Jacob when he reads, and that's important as well. Like the voice actor conveying this kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa, for you. Maintaining that Catalan, because I'm thinking as well that the difference between maintaining Catalan and Spanish culture, you know, where the nuance is there.
Yeah, because Catalan is a different language. But basically, when I write about the Catalan de Barcelona Society. I write about Barcelona, that it's my city. So, but I think that happens not just with minority languages, with any language, no? Because you are describing a different society, different characters. So yeah, the translation needs to reflect that. Yeah, and I think, well, with my English translator or my French or Italian, I mean, the languages that I can read, I can see that it works. But it's true, it makes me nervous when I am translated in a language that like German, that I can't read, so you have to trust. But usually, if you got a good translator, you really rely that she, in my case, is a she is doing a good job, no? So, and on the other hand, I must say that only the 3% of the books that are published in the UK are translations.
Yeah.
In Spain, 70% are translations. I mean, we are a culture very used to read in translation. UK readers are less used to read translations.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's important for a culture, to be open to other cultures and to read about other ways of thinking, living, you know.
Yes.
Because you have these grey landscapes, these sad.
We are not all.
Well, I know, but you know, these metaphysic experiences in the blue, and we Mediterraneans are different. We have a metaphysical experience, but through other ways. No, probably with the sun, with the colors, with the food, it's different. So, I think it's interesting to read also about different culture.
Very much so. Well, I'm really sorry that we've not got through every question, and I've got still some to ask, but I wonder, would you join me in thanking Arjen Carlson, Teresa Solana and Quentin Bates, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
that's why we got started. So, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Granite Noir and a kind of magic. My name is Eris Young. I am delighted to be here tonight with Tendai Huchu and Courtney Smith, and to discuss two excellent new fantasy murder mysteries, which is to say, The Legacy of Arniston House and The Undead Complex. I'll say a few words about our authors, but first, would you please join me in giving them a huge welcoming round of applause. So, Courtney Smith is a caffeine fiend, one web search away from their newest fixation. I know how that feels. And most relevantly, a writer of stories. Their work has also appeared in anthologies Into Chaos and The Last 5 Minutes of the Storm, and in Paper Lanterns Literary Journal. They have been writing about ghosts, demons, and murders since they were 10 and have no plans to stop. They are from Dublin, currently living and writing in the west of Ireland with their partner and their pet corn snake, Steve. Steve doesn't write anything. It's a little hard. Tendai is a writer whose short fiction has appeared in publications such as Lightspeed, Interzone, Analog Science Fiction and Fact, and elsewhere. He is the winner of a Namo Award for African SFF and has been shortlisted for the Kane Prize and the Grand Prix de l'Imaginaire. Between projects, he translates fiction from Shona into English and the reverse, and The Legacy of Arniston House is the 4th book in his Edinburgh Nights series.
I should say I've been writing about ghosts and demons since I was 10.
There's some ghost-like activity, spirits.
Oh, yeah. But I don't want to admit to that.
No judgment, of course. Yeah. So, to get us situated, Tendai and Courtney are going to be reading a short section from each of their new books. So, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I've been looking forward to hearing your reading voice.
Oh no. No pressure.
So I'll just read from the first chapter of The Legacy of Arniston House. Our narrator, Ropa Moyo, is a young teenage ghost stoker who's been desperately trying to get into Scottish Magical Society. In the first 3 books, it hasn't quite worked out, but an opportunity has opened up for her with English magic. So let's see how that goes in this text. Imagine me as a young lady. I work for English magic now. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Please, didn't judge me like the horsehair wigged folks who ply their lawyering trade on Chambers Street. It was a tough decision, true Scot that I am. But sometimes you gotta say, fuck the flag, just show me the money. Can I get an amen? Whatever. Things are looking up since Lord Sajvindu Samarsingh, England's Sorcerer Royal, and head honcho at the Royal Society of Sorcery in the advancement of mystical arts, took a shine to me and became my patron. Forget that malarkey they tell you about pulling up bootstraps. The only way up in the magicking game is who you know. And so, I currently find myself ensconced in the lush, velvet upholstered interior of the Sorcerer Royal's coach. A cool white light brightens the interior, though there is no source of illumination for it. The clippity-clop of horses on the tarmac outside is mixed in with the evening sounds of the city. Hawkers shouting out their wares, desperate for a sale before they head home. Hustlers on the corners, enticing folks to shoot craps off their loaded dice. The general madness of the Edinburgh I love. Lord Samarsingh has a perfumed handkerchief covering his snout. He hates the howling aroma that hits you stronger than a teenager's oxters. And the smell's worse on days like this when the heart drifts over from the sea and the air is thick with that misty moisture. I don't mind it. It's an acquired taste. Out of the way, you wazoks! Briggs, the coachman, yells, cracking his whip. Probably folks on the road out of their heads on gear they take to numb whatever flames this tent circle of hell throws their way. I wouldn't know though. I'm set with my back to the direction of travel, and I daren't stick my noggin out the window. It's so much better being here on the lush inside. Lord Samara Singh does look out and grimaces. Peasants, he exclaims. Keep them weak, makes them meek. Is that what you think of me? A peasant, I ask. I would be sorely disappointed if I'd given you the impression I thought otherwise, he replies. I frown, but bite my tongue. What an arrogant knob. And I think I'll leave it there.
Steal a book. So this is a section from a bit where Diana is having a conversation with a girl that she basically ran away from a relationship with in Vancouver, and it's been 5 months since they talked, and Taylor has just called Diana, and Diana's trying to get to the bottom of what she actually wants. And I can't find it. 1 second. Okay. Also, Taylor's Irish. I'm not going to do an English accent, but it's fine. You have 30 seconds, Diana said firmly, not to tell me about the shit show, about why you're calling. I'm working away in the prop department, which surprisingly has the highest concentration of staff, but it's a very visual concept, so I guess that tracks. I'm doing a great job, if I do say so myself. My talents amaze me, ceaselessly, you might say. And I wake up one morning, and I'm dead. What? Up to this point, Diana had admittedly thought this was all some kind of ruse to get her attention. I'm dead. They found my body in one of the sound stages. I died. I'm lying across one of the sofas on set, like fucking Ophelia at the lake, all dead and shit, except the lake was my own blood. But I, obviously, wasn't dead, because I was able to look at photos of it. How did this happen? I was off sick, some kind of 24-hour bug yoke, and had taken a day off, under duress and with 12 servings of guilt from the showrunner. But I was gone for a day. Naturally, everyone else assumed I wandered back on set and died, and they shut down production. For a day, mind. I am but a lowly crew member, and the police had the scene clear within hours. I hadn't signed in, which nobody seemed to think was weird. When I showed up confused about all the aforementioned police, they looked at me like I was a ghost. For one split second, Diana wondered if Taylor could be a ghost, before remembering that technology and ghost did not mix. Taylor, when was this? Diana was having trouble understanding what was going on, but she knew what the growing feeling in her stomach was. Excitement, possibility, opportunity, a case. This morning, Taylor said lightly. I'm feeling much better, thanks. Diana blinked. So they found my body on set this morning. Me, dead. But I'm not dead. They're quite sure it's me. The prop master made a formal identification. They called my ma. They called my ma, Diana, and told her I was dead. By the time I woke up and seen all the messages and missed calls, she'd gone from wailing to start an absolute war that I'd gone and got myself murdered, when didn't I know that was the one and only way to break her heart? Diana had heard much about Mrs. O'Gorman, but Taylor seemed to adore her, given her absolute dramatics, justified and otherwise. So, naturally, I frightened the shite out of her by calling and asking what the fuck was going on. My brother, you remember Tomo, he's alive and hasn't become the second O'Gorman sibling to trans their gender, so it wasn't him they found. And I don't know how else they found a freckly, sea green-haired Irish young one, a spitting image of me to replace me at such short notice, but the body has my face and my name, but it isn't me. Just because Taylor Rose kind of rhymes with Jane Doe, if you squint a bit, doesn't mean anything. Diana sensed that for all Taylor's casualness, there was genuine fear underlying everything she said. What do you want me to do? I don't want you to do anything. Then why, Diana started, anger flaring, I want you to get your pals up here, the undetectables, and I want you to find out who's targeting me, if that's what's happening, and if not, find out why someone's leaving bodies that look like me around the place. Oh, you're hiring us? Diana cycled through a range of questions that started with, how did you know about us? And ended with, could this have been an email? You're the only private investigators I know who specialize in magical happenings, so who else was I going to call? And by only, I mean the only ones that came up when I tried searching about an hour ago, discovered what you've been up to for the last 5 months, and knew there was no one else I could call.
All right, thank you both very much. So I think those readings really gave us a nice, strong flavor of the kind of worlds and the kind of genres that we're playing with. And one of the coolest things about both of these series is that they blend multiple genres in very interesting ways, especially fantasy and mystery. So I'd love to explore that meeting between fantasy and mystery. What does it allow you to do as an author by adding like a magical or occult element to a mystery story?
I'd love your take on this, Courtney, because I know secretly when authors are backstage, we bristle at, being placed in a certain genre or a particular area. The way I think about it, genres are useful as a marketing tool, but when you think about when you start out writing, you're just telling stories in the best, sort of most organic way that you can. But obviously, once you're getting published, you have an understanding that they have to stratify these things in certain ways. I think, for me, though, fantasy works as our original way of understanding the world, right? So think before science becomes this dominant mode of interrogating the world, we told stories. This is the stuff that religion is made out of, fables, tales that we tell ourselves. So we animated rivers with gods and the winds with spirits. If there was a lightning strike, then it had to be some punishment from an angry deity. And that's how we understood the world for a very, very long time. I don't think it's entirely gone away. At heart, I'm a self-professed atheist. I believe this reality is all there is. But if I'm true to myself in my private moments, the occasions when you hear someone hailing you on a dark, lonely street and you turn back and you don't see anyone, I think there's something very weird going on. And that's where the mystery aspect kind of comes into it, because for me, mysteries aren't, I know now they're kind of codified in sort of the crime genre and stuff, but a mystery is meeting you here for the first time and trying to figure out who you are and what your vibe is and that kind of thing. So again, we are all kind of detectives going through this life, whether it's our personal relationships, in our jobs and stuff. And so these two things, they gel very nicely in a story, and they're also a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love that. That's a really, really nice way of looking at it. And I think I feel the same way about fantasy. I probably wouldn't have put it as beautifully as you just did. But it is kind of our way of understanding the world, but it also gives you a different realm to play with the story where you can address reality, but there's this kind of safety in exploring different themes within fantasy where you know that there's kind of beats and different things that you can do within that to encompass your characters in answers, I guess. With crime, like I have always, ever since I was a child, I have been weird. And I loved forensic science, loved forensic science. And it wasn't until 2019 that I realized there are no rules. And I think that's the nice thing about blending genre is there are no rules. You can literally do whatever you want. Nobody can stop you. And I loved the idea of, for me, what it is about forensics and crime solving is you are building a picture from a very small amount of information. And what is that if not stories and if not meetings with people?
Yeah, so both of these books and your series as a whole take place in really fantastic, no pun intended, settings. And the sort of place and the setting of the stories is very, really essential to both how the magic works and to the plots, the mystery plots. So Tendai, can you say a few words about your occult version of Edinburgh? And Courtney, tell us about the town of Racton.
The place, I did a workshop yesterday where we covered this, and when you think about the place, right, that a story takes place in, rather clunkily, it's supposed to add to the narrative, right? So there's a reason why a lot of horror happens in the dark, because we're all secretly scared of the dark, you know.
Or not secretly, just straight up scared.
Well, I didn't want to admit to my fear, but you've got me out there. Yeah, so we're all scared of the dark because we rely so much on our eyes and seeing stuff and things like that. And you can always try to subvert that. If I think of something like A Quiet Place, where, you know, it could be in the day, but
daytime horror,
sound,
It's
daytime
scary,
horror. Yeah, I think it was very well done. But the story, the place kind of has to support the narrative in the sense that it could develop itself into a kind of character. And when we talk about characters, right, I think of, say two characters, your hero, your villain. There's a push and pull there. And the location also has to play that role of pushing and pulling. So for me, the Edinburgh that I created in this series is a sort of historical Edinburgh that's set in the near future. So you've got these signs that something very wrong has happened. So we talk about the catastrophe in the books. But I've recreated elements of historical Edinburgh, so the lock is back. If you think about historical Edinburgh, which was a smelly, dirty, impoverished city, like the poorest nation in Western Europe at the time, right? I've brought those elements back in, and what I was trying to do is to say to the reader that I have this interest in the Scottish Enlightenment, and to say to the reader, we are telling you a story of history in the future, because what I tried to do in the first book to signal that was to use this cottage that Thomas Carlyle honeymooned in, the historian. And that was a way of trying to signal to the reader that I have this interest in Scottish history, and because the era that we are living in now, you do get the sense that we're the dregs of whatever benefits empire might have given to this land, and no one has quite figured out where this thing is going, and that's what I'm trying to do. Does this make any sense?
No, it does. It does.
Yeah, I should stop now.
We're with you.
Yeah.
Courtney.
So Racton came about in a really strange way, because when I was starting with the Undetectables, I basically decided I was going to write something I really wanted to spend time in. Like I don't know if I would enjoy being in Racton so much, but I was going to spend a lot of time walking in streets in my head. So I thought, well, what are things I like? And I like dive bars, and I like weird graveyards, and I like forests. And I was like, okay, so Racton's going to have all of those things. And I kind of wanted it to feel, initially it was going to be kind of anywhere town, but my editor was like, you need to set it somewhere. So I kind of set it, somewhere down south of England, just nestled in where you maybe wouldn't find it unless you were looking for it. And I do think it serves to kind of tell you the type of people that live there in some ways from the things that are included. But I kind of layered then a neon aesthetic over it because I quite like that. I was calling it neon noir, and then Cyberpunk 2077 happened, and my definition and theirs are different. But I thought I was onto something for a little while. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of organically came with the story, like the world of Racton and the world of the people that live there built out from that. But I don't, probably not the same way you were, where you were trying to say something with the setting. I was just trying to create like an insular little community.
Yeah.
With mine.
Well, and I think like.
Can I just ask you something about your fascination with graveyards? Because I have that same fascination. What draws you to them?
Yeah, there are graveyards in, yeah.
Yeah, I need to. I want to go see some tomorrow. I love them.
Yeah, what's the draw?
I think it's the quietness of it. It's also there's architecture involved. I kind of lament how we're now commenting on the types of graveyards that there are, but now modern graveyards, they have kind of modern gravestones, and I know they last longer, but it loses this beauty and this quietness. But I think it's like the overgrownness, the kind of the age of it. How
sense of age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I'm just a little creep.
Yeah, I think these are books for creeps. I'm sorry. Self-avowed. Yeah. So, and I think like there is something in like a character, like we as people are all products of our environments, like, you know, whether we want to be or not. And I think that really comes through in the way the characters sort of see the world. Yeah. So both of these series like also cleverly weave together magical and contemporary settings, which leads to these really interesting kind of clashes between magic and science, or magic and technology. There's a really interesting like chemistry there. So can you each say a little bit about that chemistry and how it shapes the story?
Yes, I think so. So for the Undetectables, on my forensic science thing, I started thinking, how could you use real forensic science and make it magic? So I gave each of my detectives or private investigators, I gave them their own discipline. So Cordelia is the entomologist, Mallory's kind of the hardcore forensic scientist, and then you have Diana, who has been fascinated with a character called Francine Leon, who was based on the real figure Frances Glessner Lee, who had these nutshell studies that she built that kind of helped with revolutionizing policing and how people actually look at crime scenes. And it was challenging in some ways because I don't know how to use any of those machines. I had to watch many videos of people turning on mass spectrometers to be like, I know what this is, I can write about this. But I then had to think about, so Theodore, my ghost, interacts with technology, so I had to constantly be building in accommodations for him. I kind of treated it like a disability nearly, where I had to build in accommodations for him and ways for people to still be able to use technology in this world where he can't. And there were, it was an interesting...
Yeah, it's an interesting constraint.
Yeah. I just made my life more difficult.
I feel like that's what it is to write like a fantasy story, just making your life more difficult.
But you need that, don't you? You need that set of constraints because it's like playing a game as a kid. If you don't set out the rules, like a chess set doesn't make any sense until you know what the pieces are supposed to do. But once you get that, you have this infinite range of variation of these things that you can do. So it's almost liberating in that sense that, okay, I've got these constraints, how do I work my way around them? I have a fascination with science. I wish I was a bit more gifted in it, but my math isn't that great. I picked with a C in A-level math. But when I think about it, I enjoy reading stuff that's written by people that explain science to us. And there are some very good science communicators out there. One of the things that I find, though, is if you get into this stuff, whether it's quantum mechanics or relativity, at some point it breaks down and the theories just sound like magic all over again. When people try to tell you about, say, something like quantum entanglement, that sounds like magic, right? Two, particles interacting at an infinite distance, but there's almost no time differential between one receiving a signal and the other receiving the thing. So I enjoy putting those things in my work. I also, created this type of scientific magic, which is an oxymoron. But I wanted it to be a way of saying, despite all these great advancements that we've had, the science still serves us as these apes from the savannah. We are still bound in these kind of primitive bodies and primitive beliefs that we have. So science, at best, is just a tool. And the Society for Skeptical Inquirers seems to kind of worship this tradition without really interrogating where it comes from and what the effects have been on society. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in both of these books, there's like kind of a sense of there being two like parallel worlds, like the mundane world and the occult world sort of existing side by side and sometimes like clashing together really violently, which is really like rich for storytelling and creating problems for the characters. So there's like, the characters kind of face consequences of doing magic. There's like rules, as we're discussing, like in a kind of scientific way, in the Edinburgh Nights series. So can you talk a little bit about your magic systems? and, you know, designing them, deciding how they would operate, and like especially like the costs and the rules associated with doing magic.
Yeah, so in the world of the undetectables, you have the occult and you have the apparent. And the occult, you have witches and you have trolls and you have demons and you have vampires, and each of them have their own set of rules of the kinds of magic they can perform. I tried to make it not as... It's both simple and complicated, I think, and because there's a 4-book arc, things get more complicated as time goes on. But very simply, magic, to a lot of people, it just is. It's as simple as like reaching over and lifting something up. You're just doing it magically. But the cost is that takes energy. So if you had energy limiting chronic illness, as Mallory does in book 1, you can't. The cost of doing things, if you aren't thinking about doing them and you're not breaking them down step by step, it drains your energy. It takes energy
the cost
from you.
is too high for her to do it.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, like, you can't cure disability, as you can't in the real world. And like Theodore has his own limitations as a ghost as well. There's like, you know, he can't leave the bounds of Racton. He's trapped there. Poor baby.
Very sad.
Yeah, I mean, imposing cost on it can be a little bit tricky because even though you're doing magic, you have to keep it grounded. There have to be rules that the reader sort of understands. I try to work a system in which, you know, you'd have these incantations that are proxies for mathematical equations or formulae. So the basic spell that you see often used is a fire spell, creating a spark out of nothing, pretty much. And the reason that I did that is initially when I set out to write the series, I wanted to have this magical system that was so scientific, so dense, so difficult that you couldn't actually do anything. You could talk about magic, but you couldn't make stuff happen. But that got really, really boring. I mean, there's only so much of that you can have. You actually have to show the reader how it works. But I impose the costs in a slightly hidden way, in the sense that if you do a spell, there's usually a reference to an entropic change. You generate heat. There is some kind of smell, which is usually described as an acrid chemical scent that happens. I didn't want to impose the cost on the practitioner's body, as it were. But the reason that I kind of did that is I was thinking of the world that we live in today. We have these marvelous internal combustion engines that do work for us, and it's taken us a really long time to acknowledge that this is doing damage. So I wanted the damage to happen kind of
displaced.
To be displaced, yeah. So you wouldn't have that really direct link that this is happening, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't thought about that. That's great.
Yeah. But I also try to acknowledge, I mean, using magic as a proxy for different worldviews, that they are practitioners from different traditions. In the 3rd book in the series, you had these Ethiopian magicians that had a religious-based kind of magic. And the reason that I did this is because one of the weirdest things that I discovered in my life, I was raised in a conservative Catholic family. And for a while, the way that I saw the world was really kind of based in that sort of dogmatic ideology. Once I let go of that, the sky didn't fall down, you know, but I just started seeing the world differently. And I think magic can be a proxy of how people view the world. So you've got Dr. Maige, who's this kind of rigid type of personality. He's a mathematician, and for him, everything is mathematics. And he actually believes that magic, you know, the universe is just a manifestation of math happening.
Yeah.
So what I didn't want to do is to have a world in which you have a definitive answer
Like
for what
one
it is.
way that magic works. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really cool. And it's also kind of how the world actually works as well.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Like, that's a really, really smart way of showing that. I love that.
Yeah, leave a little bit of room for doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think when we're talking about costs, the costs of doing magic, one of my favorite things about both of these books and these series is that we see real vulnerability from the characters. From the start of the Edinburgh Nights series, Ropa hasn't just been like going on adventures, she's also been like fighting to survive. And in the Undetectables series, like Mallory especially has had to make like some really hard sacrifices as a disabled person. So why is this element of like grit or hardship, why is that important to include?
I think because it's real. Like, everything else can be not real. And you can, like, I mean, some of the villains in the Undetectable series kind of hit, like, high camp in terms of, like, ludicrousness. And I fully lean into it. But I think it's really important, if you're telling a story, that some of it is true. And for Mallory, especially with her chronic illness, because I am also chronically ill, and, like, while our experiences of that are different, there are sacrifices that you have to make when your body is telling you no. And I was interested in seeing what that would look like in a world where magic was possible. What would it feel like to be basically left behind? And in the Undead Complex, Diana is actually facing issues following the kind of close of the Undetectables, where, because she's such a confident, like, she can do anything. Like, she can literally do anything. And then she kind of has to see what happens when, again, your body tells you no. That you can't just keep powering through. You have to actually stop and address this. But yeah, I think it's just because that's the world that we live in.
Yeah.
So even though you're creating a fantastical world, it resembles the real world, right? If you think about if you were some kind of creature that had, you're this alien, and you discover that there's this species that can split the atom and kind of fly and do all sorts of wonderful things, you might ask yourself, well, if they can do that, why haven't they cured all the diseases that are there, right? And this is a problem that we've kind of seen, this trope in SFF, where you remove some of these real things that are there in the real world, and real people, disability representation and that kind of thing. And you end up getting a world that's very, very artificial. You've talked brilliantly about that. When it comes to the costs, though, the cost of these things, I actually think of this conservative American philosopher, Thomas Sowell, who said, there are no solutions, only trade-offs, right? And despite his politics, which I might not agree with, it was a great insight in the sense that when I get my character Ropa moving through the world with her companion Priya and Jomo, often, if they're trying to detect a mystery or whatever, they're trying to solve some kind of problem, it results in yet another set of problems that they didn't foresee. And that also seems to be something that's embedded in our real lived experiences. I think at any point in my life where I've thought there's this wonderful shiny thing, right, that I want to attain, and if I get that, I'll be happy, I quickly realize it's just a mirage and I have a new set of problems to deal with. This is also embedded in ancient fables like the genies, the guinea pigs. The genies, right? Be careful of what you wish for and all that. So I think it's important in contemporary storytelling to kind of impose some of these costs on the characters. And I don't know how you approach it, Courtney, but often I find as I'm writing it, it's only once I've reached a solution that I realize, oops, there's yet another set of problems that's arisen because I've managed to solve this thing for the character.
Sometimes. I think I end up with the solution and I work toward, which is not the scientific method. You should not do that. But in writing, I tend to kind of know where they're going to end up. And then I'm building the pieces slowly, like bit by bit, to get them to this resolution. was you just made me think of, it's one of my favorite lyrics from a song from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and it's life is a gradual series of revelations that occur over a period of time, which is just like, yeah, that is life. And then in narrative, you have to try and make it make sense and make it satisfying, even though, like, yes, all we are doing is discovering new things and encountering new problems simply by existing.
Yeah. That sounds grim and existential.
But it's fun. We're having fun about it.
Yeah. So both of these books are like quite humorous. I think we've been talking about some quite serious stuff, but they managed to balance that out really well with quite a bit of levity, with the voice of Ropa and Diana especially. They're both like really like cheeky, mouthy, insolent protagonists. So I'd love to hear like where did these character voices come from, and for Courtney, like how different was it to write Diana's narration versus writing Mallory's?
It was really fun because Mallory is very serious, and she takes things quite seriously, and like bless her, she's so like in on herself kind of. And Diana's like this little whirlwind that runs around. So I think it was very fun to get into Diana's head and see like what's going on in there. Like what do you think about on a day-to-day basis? But then where does it come from? I don't know. I feel like Diana's just like who I would be if I was not afraid. If I could have that confidence. But also then something that I tried to explore in the Undead Complex was Diana has to learn at some point that her confidence comes nearly with a cost. It's not magical. It's just she's like, I can do anything as long as there's an emergency exit, and I can just go. And yeah, I think she's just me if I was a completely different person.
That is a great way of building a character. I would try that one day. It's a weird process, isn't it? And when we sit here and we try to explain to you how we do these things, for me with Ropa, I did a short story because I just had a voice in my head, and I tried it. This was a few years ago, and it got published in Electric Spec, this Canadian e-zine. It was a very zingy voice that's distinct in my head. Like, there's this weird thing that happens. If you email me when I'm writing this, you will probably get a very strange kind of response because my own cadence, syntax, and all that changes as I'm writing the text. But you also immerse yourself in the creation of the character, especially with first-person narrators. I find I can distance myself a little bit more if I'm working with a third-person voice, which usually in my stories tends to be me telling your story as opposed to a first-person narrator where I kind of have to embody the essence of that particular character who's telling the story. It's a lot of fun. It can be frustrating over the course of a series, turning it back on after a while. That's the bit that I struggle with, because I then find I have to go back to the earlier books, reread them. Rereading your own work is painful at times.
My least favorite activity is rereading my own books. They don't tell you this when you become an author, that you will reread your own work a lot.
Do you find yourself editing
little very
changing sentences?
I'm like, ooh, if only I'd moved that word somewhere else.
It would be so much better, and everyone would notice, right?
They notice this in tiny, tiny word.
Yeah.
Do you actually build, so like, do you consciously create characters, or do you find characters create themselves in your head? Sorry,
No, that's
stealing your job.
That's a good question.
So there's certain stories that come to you as a concept, right? It might be you're writing off a theme. So I remember a story that I did last year in which I thought, okay, what would it be like if you were a soldier that's gone off to war, and you've done all the right things, what your commanders have told you, killed a bunch of people, but you've come back home and your people hate you for the deeds that the stuff that you've done. So I had the concept first, but then I had to find the character and really build the character. Okay, what would a person that's gone through this experience kind of look like or feel like for me? But then there's other characters that pop up almost fully formed. You kind of know who they are. They've got a spark and a zing and a life force. And then you have to find the story. And with those kinds of characters, I know you've hinted, Courtney, that you kind of plan your way to the resolution. Those kind of characters, they surprise you. They take the story in all sorts of different directions because they make their own kind of creative
Silly decisions.
in there. And it can be frustrating a bit because in the rewrite, they're the bits where you kind of have to even iron out instances where you've tried to quash their decision making to make it fit the formula that you're trying to work in. So there's two ways of doing it, but the ones that I really enjoy working with are the ones that just pop up in your head.
Same.
Yeah.
So it's almost time for audience questions. There will be a roving mic, so you can all start thinking about if there's anything that you want to ask. But I had one last question that I'd like to ask you guys, which is, so maybe no one wants to be reminded of this right now, but it is relevant, I think, to the content of both of these books, and that is that we are seeing deliberate and systematic attacks right now on even the concepts of diversity, equality, inclusion. So, books like these with Black and queer and disabled protagonists may be about to become rarer. So I'd love to hear from both of you, why is diversity and representation important in fiction?
I'll let you go first, Courtney. It's a really meaty question.
It is a very meaty question. Okay, so I think like 3 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I thought that maybe we would be able to stop having this conversation because it looked like things were going to change.
One hopes.
One hopes, but then things,
etc.
The world. You guys know, you live here. I think that we have always been here. Like, queer people have always been here, disabled people have always been here, Black people have always been here, minorities have always been here in many capacities. And we just need publishers to continue getting behind us. Like, I think it shouldn't be surprising or wonderful. I mean, it is obviously wonderful, but it shouldn't be such a big deal to have a full series with, the first book, the tagline is literally be gay, do crime, or solve crime. They're not doing crimes, they're solving crimes.
They're solving
They do
crimes,
some crimes in this book, but they're small. And, petty little crimes, it's fine, they're fine. And like for a book to have the words be gay printed on the front, and for it to, it might not be anymore, but it was stocked in libraries in like Florida and places that I just wouldn't expect it to be. We're not going anywhere, and I think we need to continue being allowed to show up, and we need to continue buying these books and asking libraries to stock them. Because it's also remembering that
you should buy these.
You should buy these books. Please buy our books. But we just need to remember that the people who are issuing book bans or who are trying to stop trans people or queer people or anybody that they deem not white, cis, straight, able, etc. But that's also not the default. That is not the default. That's not the world that I live in. It's not the world that you live in. Like it's just that's not the world. And I think we as readers as well need to keep going, hey, library, could you stock this book? Or hey, bookshop, couldn't you stock this book? Because I think they found the last year's book bans in America, it was like 11 people behind hundreds of books. That's 11, that's ridiculous. So yeah, I think it's imperative. It shouldn't go anywhere. And we need, if they're afraid, it's because they're threatened. So we need to keep threatening them.
Sounds good.
I think you've pretty much summed it up, Courtney. What you're talking about, the actions of these people, I see it in as a kind of perverse, heroic attempt. We are creatures of story, right? And you get the sense that for a lot of people that feel threatened, there's this idea that we can return back to some kind of simpler time. If you look at what's been happening even in the SFF world, where you've kind of moved from your classic stories of good versus evil, right? And we're asking deep fundamental questions about what it is to be human. And for a lot of people, I think that's scary. That there is the idea that if we can only get rid of these narratives, and this is the appeal of authoritarianism, right? The strongman who emerges to impose order into a chaotic world. So now all of a sudden, with the signing of an executive document, we know what a man is and what a woman is. We have settled the question forever. It's perverse, but in a way, it's also very heroic. If I think about certain regimes, say if we think about religious theocracies, you end up with these impositions that try to order the world to create a perfect kind of utopia. But from history, and we've seen this done over and over again, you end up causing a lot of suffering to a lot of people because human beings are messy. Whether it comes to our genders, our sexualities, our races and stuff. To be human is intrinsically, even at an individual level, when I think about, I can tell you a story about myself as who Tendai Huchu is, but there's so many contradictions and rough edges that you never get boil down to the essence of who it is, even to your own self. But when you take it out to a national or society level to try to impose these things, it does a lot of harm. But I can understand why they're attempting to do it, because then maybe finally we can have this utopia where we are happy and
where
everything
things are
is good
simple
again.
and everyone, has what they need. Yeah.
Wrong way, like good
Yeah.
intention, very badly executed. I mean, sometimes.
Well,
if we were to take it at the nicest point of that, maybe good intention, incredibly poor. Go back to the drawing board. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Thank you both very much. We've got a roving mic, and we've got time for a few audience questions. If you keep them snappy, keep them questions rather than statements. Just in the front here, we've got somebody. Thank you.
Hi, I have a very specific question. If you're in a situation where the magic system can't help the character, the science can't help the character, what would you do if you couldn't depend on having the character tell you in your head? Would you leave this scene, or would you work backwards to find out how this scene plays out? How would you write that?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I do a lot of crying. I find that helps. So what I'll do is I'll try to write it. I'll realize it's not working. I will be like, I can't do this. This is terrible. I'll cry for 5 minutes and then be like, oh, actually, no, I've solved it. Never mind. Oftentimes, if I can't find an answer, it's because I've done something wrong. It's less about these things aren't helping. It's you have made a silly decision and you are now turning the story in the wrong direction and you need to turn back.
I'm going to adopt your methodology. I will say
the crying method.
From now on, I think you find you get stuck. The best thing to do is kind of leave it. If you come back to it a few weeks later and you're still stuck, go away, read 10 books. At some point, you will understand why you're stuck there. I think you've alluded to something there. The problem isn't the magic or the science. Those are just tools. But what matters is the decisions that your characters take. And sometimes, I think when you get to that point, it's because you are now trying to fine-tune the story in a way that's not organic to the narrative that you're trying to create. Ultimately, as the writer, and it took me a while to realize this. When I was younger, I badly wanted to be an artist. But I met this dude who said to me, well, I'm not an artist, I'm an artisan. I do my stuff in service to the story. So you've got to put your ego aside and kind of, realize that what you're doing, what you're trying to create is the best possible story and not If I think of the younger me, I was desperately trying to show people how smart I was, which didn't go down well because I'm not a genius. I've gotten to the point where I'm happy being ordinary, but because I was doing those things, the work that I was writing wasn't landing until I learned to serve the story.
Yeah. Another question there? There's one.
Hello, big Undetectables fan. I was just wondering how you approach all the really fun group scenes that you have in the book, because as a writer, I find it really hard to write good group dialogue scenes where like the pacing's right, the characters are right, and it doesn't also sound like fan fiction. So like, I'm just interested to know how both of you do it.
Interestingly, the pacing, sometimes the scenes appear in my head kind of fully formed, and I know Cornelia's going to say this, Diana's going to say this, and then somebody will invariably interject with something else as I'm typing it. But a lot of those scenes come really late, even in the editing process. I will kind of come back when I have the rest of things sorted out and figure out exactly how to block the scene, who's talking, who's saying what. I also find that like close to the end of a deadline, that's when I come up with my best jokes, because I'm just like, I don't know, that'll be funny probably. But yeah, it's very much a process of, if it's not coming naturally, come back to it later on. I think most things can be solved by coming back to it later on, is what we're finding here.
Yeah, like taking a nap.
Yeah.
Take a nap.
Yeah.
Have a cry. Try crying.
That's true. And with group scenes, you also have to embrace a certain kind of messiness, right? How often have we found ourselves in a conversation and you were talking about one thing and all of a sudden the conversation's veered off somewhere, and you've got to try to inject some of that. If you find you have a group that's here and it says, here's a problem, there's been a murder, we need to solve this, and it goes on and on like that for a chapter, without someone saying, oh, it's nearly lunchtime, I'm really hungry. You know, so doing that, you know, working in some of those quirks, and a lot of it comes from actually understanding the individual characters that are in the scene, that, you know, it might be something important that's happened. There's a murder to be solved, but if there's a teenager there, they're bored, they don't really care about what's going on, and you have to capture that aspect of their presence within that group as well. So, yeah.
I love the, like my favorite scenes to read, like I love dialogue, writing it and reading it. My favorite scenes to read are ones where you can see how the characters are discussing something, they need to get something done, but each individual person's like hang-ups and like conflicting priorities and like just like personal feelings about the other characters in the scene are like just derailing everything. It's just really like satisfying to read.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have maybe one last question? Just here in the front.
Hiya. I just wanted to ask about growing up and your reading habits, and if you had any favorites or inspirations for you today.
So I read anything, like literally anything. The back of cereal box, I would read all sorts of things. I did kind of around like 10 when I started writing about the demons and ghosts and getting a little weird. I was a really big fan of Darren Shan. Loved his books. And Diana Wynne-Jones. I kind of, whatever the library had, that was what I was reading. But when I got to about 15, there's an Irish author called Sarah Rees Brannan who wrote a series called The Demon's Lexicon. And I think that maybe cemented my desire to write funny books, or to at least try to be funny in fiction. Yeah, I think that was kind of, that did something to my brain.
Always blame it on the library. Hey,
Yeah.
it also helps to come from an analog world. I don't think I would have been much of a reader if I'd had this magic gizmo that we now have that kind of takes your attention all the time. But when I was young, I was into, you'd read anything, and the joy of being young is you could read the same book over and over again and still enjoy it. So one of the foundational texts for me was Rex Warner's Men and Gods, which was about Greek myths. I've told you my Catholic thing, but just discovering that there were these other really messy, violent, vile gods out there did a lot to, you know, to pump up my imagination. when in my 20s, I got into Russian literature. I fell in love with the Russians. I've said before many times that I think Dostoevsky is the great Zimbabwean writer because he seems to be writing about 20th to early 21st century Zimbabwe. And I thought, this is who I'm going to be. I'm going to be a serious author. It didn't work out, so it sounds to me like you discovered what you like and you were able to work into it, but it took me a lot longer to discover the stuff that I was good at, that worked for me as an author. But I still have these fantasies that one day I'll write something that is deep and dense that tells you something profound about
something
the human
really
condition.
not fun. Yeah. That sounded like the perfect question to end on. So, all that's left is to say that there is a table where you can buy some books. There will be a signing just over here. And just thank you so much to Tendai and Courtney and to the festival and Lemon Tree staff and the Waterstone staff and to all of you for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone here, and welcome to Granite Noir 2025 and our final panel of the festival, which I am so excited to chair. As many of you will recognise, I'm not the inimitable Jackie Collins, our beloved Dr. Noir. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here this evening, and we send her our warmest wishes. But I will keep her very much in spirit as we talk about these two wonderful books and with these two fantastic authors this evening. Welcome as well to all of our people tuning in from across the world. Welcome to Aberdeen, and I hope you have as much fun as we will have in the room at home, nice and cozy, and not battling weather, whatever is coming this evening. My name is Katrina Cox. I am the Programme Associate for Granite Noir, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here on stage tonight and chat to two of the UK's and the genre's finest writers. Before we...
I was getting a little round for them then.
Before we welcome the panel, I'm thrilled to also have the privilege of welcoming a local to the stage tonight. Locals in the Limelight is our programme of support and celebration of the writing here happening in Aberdeen. And every year we have writers who warm us up, warm the audiences up, give us a breather, a chance to get comfortable. And tonight I'm delighted to welcome Julie Adams, who is here to read her story for us. Welcome, Julie.
This is the prologue to Fenigal, which is my novel set in the North Coast 500. Inverness, 1959. I can hardly believe we're here at last, darling, she said, as he took her hand to help her out of the Triumph Roadster. It was borrowed, like just about everything else this weekend, from her blue garter under the hired bridal gown to the heavy and rather old-fashioned necklace sent by his family, discreetly handed into her parents' house the night before the wedding. Truth be told, she would have happily tied the knot in a registry office, but everyone had pulled the stops out for their big day. The first night they spent in a hotel in Perth, where despite the grandeur of the entrance, the table linen was threadbare and the mattress sagged in the middle. They didn't mind either. They ate a stodgy roast meal, and after a few visits to the bathroom in their honeymoon suite, and much shy giggling over the knotted ties of her nylon negligee and his new pyjamas, the wedding night was more than satisfactory. When they set off in the roadster this morning to tackle the A9, she tied a silk scarf round her hair and slipped sunglasses on against the breeze, which at speed would turn her elegant chignon into a haystack. Now, arriving at the hotel in the banks of Loch Ness, she felt she didn't have a care in the world. He slipped his arm around her slender waist, and she leaned her head carefully against his shoulder. They looked at the loch on the other side of the road. I wonder if we'll see the monster, he said, kissing her cheek. They walked entwined to the hotel, and she hoped that if someone was watching, they'd know they were honeymooners and not on some sordid, dirty weekend. When they neared the reception desk, she slipped her left arm through his right elbow and made sure her slim yellow gold wedding band and the small emerald and diamond cluster engagement ring were clearly visible. They signed the register as Dr. and Mrs. Murray, and Richard handed the car keys to the receptionist, who pressed a bell to summon the porter. Charles here will show you up to your room, and he'll bring your bags up in a few minutes once he's parked your car round the back. Charles looked rather old to be carrying bags, she thought, but he was a sprightly chap. He pointed out the view from the landing on the first floor, the location of the restaurant, and the cabinets of souvenirs they might wish to purchase. She privately resolved to do no such thing. Once in their room, they opened the half bottle of champagne in the ice bucket, placed on the dressing table where it was impossible to miss it, pouring it into 2 glasses and toasted one another. Charles returned soon afterwards, almost bent double under the weight of their suitcases. He handed Richard the car keys, telling him where the roadster was parked. In return, Richard slipped a tip into his hand. The newlyweds passed a blissful hour in a bed significantly more comfortable than the previous night. She almost wished they didn't need to get up and dress for dinner. But as she was tidying herself up in the bathroom, backcombing her fringe, which had been flattened during their exertions, she heard her husband, oh, how she loved the sound of that word, say, "I don't like the look of those clouds. I better go down and put the roof up on the car. I won't be long." She never saw him again.
That was so good.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, what a way to draw an audience in. And I think we'll all be needing a copy of that. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. So, The Midnight Feast and All the Colours of the Dark. They're two different books, but they've a lot of the same themes in common, and they're telling a similar story as well. So yeah, I'll start with a little bit about each book, and I'll start with each of you, and then we'll kind of intertwine things. And of course, there will be time for questions at the end as well, so do get your thinking hats on. I'm sure you'll have lots to ask the authors, and also what we chat about this evening will bring up some more. So yeah, I've got a little bit about the authors here. So Lucy studied English literature at Durham and UCL universities and worked for several years in the publishing industry, during which time she also wrote her debut, the book of Lost and Found, which is a historical fiction. Turning to the dark side and writing her first crime thriller, The Hunting Party, was your first Sunday Times and New York Times bestseller and Waterstone's Book of the Month, and set over New Year's Eve at a remote snowy spot in the Scottish Highlands, so I'm sure many people in the audience would have read that one. Next came The Guest List, which was Reese's book club pick, and now we have The Midnight Feast, and I'll get you to set the scene a little bit later, but set in a new luxurious countryside resort, and with lots of hideous characters throughout throughout that book, which I'm really looking forward to talking about. And then we have Chris Whitaker, who worked as a trader before becoming an author. So I'm sure there's an interesting journey around that to be told as well. Your debut, Tall Oaks, won the CWA John Creasy New Blood Dagger Award in 2017. We Begin at the End was a New York Times bestseller and Waterstone's Thriller of the Month. And it also won the CWA Gold Dagger. So you both have that early journey of like just cracking out bestsellers from day one. So, you know.
Feel like that.
And your latest, All the Colours of the Dark, was published last year by Orion, and was a Read with Jenna book club pick as well. So finding really wide audiences. So yeah, and some of you will have noticed we've got Leslie here as well this evening, and I've realised I must slow myself down a little. Yeah. Sorry, Leslie. Leslie is signing and interpreting this evening, and we're delighted to have her. So please do welcome Lucy, Chris, and Leslie. Yeah, so do you want to just tell us a little bit about the books first, and where we find ourselves, and maybe some of the key characters that we're going to meet in these books for those of our audience who haven't read it yet? The Midnight Feast, Lucy, will we start with you and tell us where we find ourselves?
Yes, The Midnight Feast is set, as you said, at the opening of this beautiful, luxurious new countryside hotel. I want to say, I did think of the idea for this book long before I heard White Lotus. I feel like I have to get that out there, just as my, so the opening of this new hotel on the Dorset coast, and it takes place over midsummer. There's definitely a bit of a kind of pagan thing going on. And also during a heat wave, difficult to imagine now, but tensions and temperatures are rising, and some very unexpected guests. And some figures from the past have come to stay. I guess that's sort of my initial thing. We've got some tensions with the local community. We've got all that going on. And there is also this sort of, I would say, mysterious presence, kind of agency called the birds, who are there sort of in the shadows.
Obsessed with the birds. I saw The Birds, the film, at a very young age, so they've stuck with me. So yeah, it was really fun to see them appear there. So All the Colours of the Dark, very different setting. We're in rural United States very much, and set a bit more back in time as well from the start, but then moving into the future. So yeah, tell us a little bit about All the Colours of the Dark.
Okay, so I'll give you the top line pitch that I gave to my publishers years ago when I just had the idea for it, and it was two abducted teenagers fall in love in the pitch black basement they're being held in, having never seen each other. The boy escapes and then can't find his way back to the girl. The police don't believe that she's real. They think he made her up because of the trauma, but he knows in his heart that she is. And so what follows is this epic 27-year hunt for this girl who may or may not exist. And yeah, so that was the pitch. So it was set up a bit like a thriller, a bit like a mystery. So clearly there's someone big, you know, there's an abductor out there. But then I started writing it, and it turned into this really big story, like these kids' life stories, and it was about childhood trauma and coming of age, family, first love, pirates and beekeepers, and I missed my deadline by 2 years. It was supposed to be delivered like 2 years before, and Are you good at hitting deadlines?
Oh no, the babies keep winning.
Yeah.
Keep having.
I had that as well.
Always
I had
think,
that as well.
always positive.
I just watched them sail by the deadlines again and again.
And yeah, you said there about the trauma, and that's one of the things that I felt really tied these books together, was they're built on trauma and how that impacts people's lives for years after that initial event, and it really shapes the characters' futures. And then also that kind of tension between social class divide that creates conflict in both of them. Lucy, would you like to talk a little bit about how that kind of trauma informs where your characters come from and then where it takes them?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I hadn't thought that they both, because they feel like such different
They do,
books, but they do have that sort of at their heart. So, it really starts with this meeting in the past of, I guess, two teenage girls on a beach. One has found, it's the Dorset coast, it's the sort of the fossil coast, I guess, the Jurassic coast. One of them has found this fossil, and the other girl says, if you give me that fossil, you can come to my grandparents' house. They own this like big house, you know, up on the coast there. And sort of, it's like this sort of secret amulet, I guess, or magical amulet that lets her into this world that initially seems so incredible and so far from anything she knows. She's been staying at the caravan park with her parents for the summer. And so it seems like this sort of Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe experience that then very quickly goes pretty dark. And yeah, without spoiling things too much, there is a lot of kind of trauma there.
But it's funny as well.
It's
really funny as well. Yeah, in that White Lotus way, you know, where it perfectly walks the line.
So that was an interesting tension to play with. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of, because it starts with this childhood thing, there is this sort of, I guess, dark inversion of childhood kind of myths and legends, the idea of the tree house as well, of kind of fairy tales. I tried to use If You Go Down to the Woods Today in a very creepy way. Hopefully that song will sort of hit differently for you after you've read this book.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
Although
I'm drawn to the darkness. I want to go have my own adventure in the woods. And,
me
and
too.
find, yeah.
Love woods, darkness.
Plenty up here.
I know,
yeah.
Go exploring.
And Chris, for your two characters as well, we meet them in their childhood and we learn a lot about their childhood, and it's in the Midnight Feast, it's really stark difference. It is just like night and day in terms of where they've come from. But in yours, they're kind of from the same place, but it's their family situation that lends to that difference in how things progress from them. And could you say a bit about how that kind of came about for you in terms of comparing their experiences?
Yeah, so I didn't have bestsellers from the beginning. I don't think you did you?
Definitely not.
Not
it
before you
sounded
did
lovely
Crime.
when you said it, but I was like, oh no.
Like critically, it did well.
Yeah.
Like Tall Oaks won a dagger.
Mine didn't do well critically. They
No,
just
really?
were there.
Okay, so I did better than Lucy at the beginning. That's what we're saying. So I wrote these. I wrote Tall Oaks and I wrote All the Wicked Girls, and they did well critically. Commercially, they didn't do well. They didn't sell very well. It's really hard to make money as an author. And then I wrote We Begin at the End, and that one went mad. And changed my life. And in that book, we follow a girl called Duchess, and we kind of pick her up at 13 years old and put her down again at the end of the book at 14. So you follow a year in the life of this girl. It's a really eventful year, really traumatic year. And then everyone was messaging me afterwards saying, what happens to Duchess? You know, like, is she okay? Because I realised that's where the book had ended. So I wanted to kind of answer that question with this book. And I knew the only way to do that would be to pick up kids at 13 again and follow them into adulthood. You know, if you're a child that's had a really difficult start in life, it sometimes feels like the end of your story is written for you. You know, you have to work
Absolutely.
twice as hard to get back to where you want to be. So I wanted to look at that with these characters, Patch and Sane, and so the book begins with Patch, who is 13 and was born with one eye, wears an eye patch because his mum tells him when he's a kid that he's a pirate, because it kind of softens the difference, gives him a persona. And he's walking to school and he hears a girl scream and he sees a girl being abducted, and without thinking about it, he intervenes. She gets away and he gets taken. And so their lives kind of switch. And he goes off and he's held in the dark for nearly a year. So he has a really horrible year. And Sane is his best friend and she's been left behind. The police can't find him and she's completely bereft. And she carries on the hunt. And it's not a spoiler to say he gets out a year later and she finds out that he's completely different. You know, the boy that she lost is not the boy that comes back. And she realizes that half of him is still stuck in that basement mentally with this girl that he may or may not have, you know, met. And so she decides that the only way to bring all of him back is to join him on this search. And so while he's looking for the girl, she begins to search for the man that took them. And so it completely alters the path that they're on.
Yeah, and it's a real tender story of friendship at the heart of it as well, which just kind of, I described it as like a really comforting, but despite the darkness within it, it's just a cozy cuddle, actually, weirdly, because there is this tenderness to it. So,
I thought that, and then it was on between the covers, and Adrian Edmondson was saying how dark it is and bleak, and I was thinking, no, you don't get it. You got it completely wrong. That was agony watching that as well. Oh, it was so I don't watch anything I've ever done back, but I thought I better watch the TV show. And it was agony, really
just like
not pleasant,
going on the same list as don't read reviews, don't watch yourself.
Do you read reviews, Lucy?
I read the first few and it
Same.
just feels so exposing and so painful that then I sort of stop. But, you know, but I write characters that you love to hate or hate to hate. I've sort of made my peace with it. Like some people are just going to hate them and hate the book and, you know, the whole thing. And just, I
mean, I love the book, hate all the characters, nearly all of them, honestly.
Not Eddie! Do you hate Eddie?
No, I love Eddie.
Okay.
I love the last note I wrote after I finished the book was, oh, but poor Eddie. So yeah, no, he's fine. But no, if you want to talk a little bit about that, I'd love to hear more about creating these characters. So particularly for me in that book, Francesca, you've said you love to hate her and you still love her, and I'm like, nope, do not. And how do you find that? I guess you have to love her to create that perfect character.
I love her because she was so easy to write. That she was such a gift as an author. You have these characters. She is awful. She's awful. But she was just, such fun to write because, so I write, multi kind of point of view, first person point of view. And some of the characters, I can hear them clearly in my head, maybe. Sometimes I can't, actually, at the beginning. But, it takes a lot of work to kind of get them on the page, kind of fully formed, and that's sort of layering across several drafts, and that's a lot of work. It's kind of the fun of the craft, but it can be difficult. Francesca just sort of came straight out of the gate as herself, with this hopefully distinctive, awful voice. She's just such I suppose that sort of type is kind of all around us. She's kind of wellness goddess who sort of wafts around in white linen, but she's used all of this for a very kind of hefty personal rebrand. So she lives in the moment, but it's not really for the right reason. She's living in the moment because she wants to forget about some pretty terrible things she did in the past. And it's sort of, I guess that for me was where the sort of comedy came in, or the satire. It's that someone not realizing how kind of unintentionally funny they're being because they're so awful, but they really believe their own shtick.
She thinks she's fabulous.
She really does.
She thinks she's perfect.
Yes. I can sort of,
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris, for yours, it's so different in your approach to them. You're not really sure about anyone and how you feel about them through that book, despite that real connection. And you're really aware that there are some bad people in this, but you don't know who they are. So did you know starting out exactly who they were, but you were hiding them along the way, or?
I kind of love all of them. all of the characters that I write, there's a couple that, you know, that are clearly bad, but it's like life, isn't it? People are rarely one thing. You know, it's the longer you spend with someone, the harder it is to put them in a box, you know, good or bad. And I got that. I did a prison event. Have you done a prison event?
No.
So I went to this. They kept asking, so I said I'll go and do it. And it's a maximum security. Everyone there is there for life. And one of them interviewed me, one of the prisoners, and he was so eloquent and knew everything about all of my books. And it was just like a completely normal event, except it's in the library, which is in the very middle of the prison. So there's no windows or anything.
Wow.
And I had everyone there watching, all of the prisoners. And then at the end, I was talking to the man, and we were talking about books. And then he said, I killed whoever, so someone from his past. And then he said, but I would have been out by now, but I had to kill again. And it was just like, he just said it, like, completely. And like, but
in the prison? Did he have to kill someone in the prison?
I think so, yeah, in the prison, yeah. And then I was
So many
talking to loads, and then I was talking to loads of them afterwards, and then and they all told me their stories about what had happened, and then I went out and I Googled some, and some were completely made up. They'd done these horrible crimes, and they'd changed it completely. So, like, you never really know. Yeah, and if the guy hadn't, like, if I just sat here and done an event with someone like him, you would just never know. So I've forgotten what I was going to say. I got so swept up in my own prison story. No one's truly bad or good. But with Patch and Sane, I began writing this book. I spent a year writing dialogue between the two characters because I was going back to the 70s before I was born. I was going to Missouri, somewhere I've never been before. It felt very alien. And I thought, how do you get to know the people in your life, like your friends, your partner? It's through conversation. So I wrote conversations between these two kids for 6 months, and I brought in other characters. So by the time I started writing the story, like on year 2, I knew everything about them. I knew that if a girl screamed, I knew Patch would react straight away without thinking about it because of his background.
Yeah.
So it was a good way to do it.
Yeah, and you did write it over quite a long time, and I think you can see that sense of how much time you've spent with the characters. And in terms of the timeline that you worked through, like you said, it was a time you didn't live, features in part of it. So did you have to do a lot of research for that, or was it more going on your own sense of what it was like then?
No, it's a lot of research.
Yeah.
It's because in the book, the hunt that Patch goes on, it takes him across most of the states in the US, and I hadn't been there. It's only, I've done loads of US tours recently that I've seen the places I've been writing about. So the research, I was working at the library at the time, so I had access to everything, and I spent years like looking at travel guides and maps and fiction, non-fiction, old newspapers. I found a website where you can listen to people speak, which is as boring as it sounds. But you could choose a state in America and then zero in on a town, and you could listen to someone read a transcript, and so you can pick up on speech patterns like that. So I get seriously bogged down in the research while I'm writing, and that's why it takes so long. But
and you have 2 screens, right?
3 screens.
Three screens.
Yeah. So 3 screens. So on the middle screen will be the manuscript. Let's say I'm writing Saint taking a walk in the woods in Missouri. On the left-hand screen will be photographs of the woodland, as many as I can find from the 70s.
Wow.
And on the right-hand screen will be everything that Saint can see and hear and feel. So it will be what kind of birds are singing, what flowers are growing, what the ground feels like. If she steps, will her foot sink in? Will she leave a footprint? I know everything about this scene. And then I overwrite it, and then I begin to cut. And I cut it again and again until it's just a paragraph that makes you feel like you're standing next to her. And then I do that for every scene in the book. And so it's painstaking. Like there's a bit where Patch leaves school and gets a job in a mine in Missouri. So I spent a month researching mining. I knew everything about mining in the 70s. I could have been a miner. But that was a paragraph. It got cut down to a paragraph, so a month for a paragraph.
Because that's then the difficulty, isn't it? I remember this also particularly with writing historical fiction, is you sort of also, you kind of want to show off what you've learned. You're like, I want this, I don't want this to kind of be in vain.
Who can I talk to about mining?
But I love that stuff. I love, the kind of geekery of sort of doing that research. And you want to take the reader there. You want them to be able to kind of feel and smell and hear and, sense in every way, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You can totally feel it in that book. So, it might be in there, but it's certainly certainly gets
But
in.
you never know if you've got it right until it actually publishes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like I have a US team, and but they're all in New York, and they haven't been to any of the places in the book either. And like going to visit all of these places, you realise, and you've been to loads, haven't you? You realise that every state is kind of its own country, and they're very different.
Yeah.
And when you went on that tour, were there bits that you went, oh, I've not quite got that right?
Most. No, I was. I've done 5 tours now since June, so I've been to like 18 states and seen most of the places in the book, and they're okay like that. Yeah, I think I get the facts right.
But also, everyone's interpretation of a place is their own.
Yeah.
You know, you're creating your kind of own reality all the time, and I think everyone will experience a place in a different way. So I don't think it.
We were there for the election. We were in Charleston. Charleston is it's blue in a red state, but and my event was the day after, and no one expected a winner that quickly. Because they expected like last time it's going to be a big fight, it's going to go on. And so I was watching the news all night, just watching it come in and thinking, God, this is going to be the event the next day is going to be really like, will anyone come? But it was interesting to be there for something like that.
Fascinating.
Wow. Yeah, and you spent a lot of time with your characters and really getting to know them. Lucy, I don't think you spent quite as much time getting yours together, but you used diary entries.
That sounds like I didn't do my homework.
Get it together, Lucy.
But you used the diary entries to kind of connect your 2 timelines, and I think that's a really wonderful way to get into your character, because what's more personal, what shows your identity more than the diary that you keep that nobody's going to see. So can you tell us a bit about that and how you worked with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the diary, I think it's 2006 that it's written in. So funny enough, that was also a kind of bit of historical research, because 2006 is now sort of ancient history. And so it was just remember, but I love doing, again, that sort of detail of like, what iPod were people using, or did they have iPhones then, and like what they're teenage girls, like what brand of fake tan are they using, like what are they drinking, like what cigarettes is it cool to smoke, like what bands are they listening to. I loved all of that, and I think it's one thing that the film Saltburn actually did really well, was getting that very specific moment in time right. They're all reading Harry Potter, even though they're 18, and they've all got like the Live Strong bands. There's like rubber bands and things. Yeah. So I think it's so important to kind of take you there. And then there was the Teenage Diary, which was, I guess, one of the big sort of creative challenges of writing this book is taking myself back into that sort of teenage mindset. I mean, it's still kind of there, sort of teenage girl forever, really. But
did you have a diary when you were a teenager?
No, I didn't. But my sister had one, which my mum found, and my sister was the naughty one. She was like, I was the kind of older goody two shoes, and she was the naughty one. And my mum said she read it because she decided my sister had left it out on purpose. Okay. It was like a cry for help. And my sister was like, no. But, so I never read it, annoyingly. I didn't feel I could do that to her. It would have been great material for this. Yeah. But no, just the sort of, the kind of childishness, the naivety, the pettiness, the bitchiness, the sort of going along with things even though you shouldn't, because you don't want to say no, you want to be one of the gang, you want to kind of look cool, you don't want to say that you're scared or you're embarrassed. So getting all of that into it and just making it kind of, again, that was a sort of, I think, across several drafts, kind of layering in that voice, that sort of teenage voice, and making it more embarrassing and more raw and more awkward. So yeah, that was sort of great fun.
Yeah, did you have a diary, Chris?
I didn't. No, I was not. I wasn't someone that would write things down when I was a kid. I had no interest in doing that. I was very. I got into a lot of trouble when I was a kid. So I wasn't the type of kid that
naughty
kept a
than
diary.
writing about it.
Yeah, it would have incriminated me. If I'd written it down. Yeah, it could have been a good alibi. Went to bed early.
Yeah. And I just want to stick with you a little bit more, Lucy, as well, on the influence of like the folklore that you brought into the story and the setting of it, and how important that place was to the story that you were telling.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the initial seed for all of that was, because I think the initial seed for the hotel opening up was the opening of like a lovely new countryside hotel quite near where we live now. I'm not going to name where I live or the name of the hotel because I might get sued. But all of that, and the fact that the local community were kind of in uproar about it. And the folklore element, it's something I've always been interested in. I loved kind of researching my sort of 70s folk horror for this, like The Wicker Man, Blood on Satan's Claw, Witchfinder General, like the unholy triumvirate, trinity of sort of 70s folk horror. But it's also something that I feel like is happening near me. I live in the middle of nowhere. We were talking about this beforehand, we both do. That I see in 2025 is sort of having this kind of revival. They burn a Wicker Man at Beltane, just down the road from me. Can't get in, it's sold out. I mean, it's like the most 2025 thing ever. You can't, the Wicker Man burning is, you have to get on the VIP list or whatever. But there does seem to be this kind of return to the land, to kind of old folk rituals, to the kind of wheel of the year. I think there is this sort of desire. People want to get kind of away from their screens. It's a lot of it's driven by Gen Z as well. It's really interesting. Like Gen Z are picking up Morris dancing and things.
Wow.
And who knew? They're trying to make it cool. So it was really interesting to get all of that in. And then of course the West Country, it's kind of so steeped in folklore and tradition. I mean, under Glastonbury Tour, you've got a portal to the underworld. You've got the kind of standing stone circle everywhere you throw a stone. So it was really sort of trying to get that in as well. And so again, with the kind of research, it was sort of reading everything there was to read on the folklore of the West Country, on just British folklore in general. And then sort of almost trying to forget all of that and come up with my own folkloric tradition, as it were, with the birds, with this sort of, I guess, I don't want to give too much away, but they have come out of the local community, I guess. They sort of enact vengeance on behalf of the local community. And my favourite thing is when a reader says, are the birds real? Like, is that legend real? Because that means I've done my job. So, yeah.
No, absolutely. You feel that. And I think that's really wonderful as well. They would say that new sense of new folklore coming out of the community, because I think that's absolutely what happens with Patch's story. His story becomes legend almost throughout the time. And at the beginning, people are so invested in it. They're so connected to it. And then as time moves on, they're less and less so, and you see that people dropping off, but it's just brought back by a few people, and gradually the stories pull back into the present again. So did you feel you were kind of creating that his story was part of the community in that way?
Kind of. I think I'm glad you said it was kind of hopeful, the story, and that's what I think it is. I think it's a really hopeful story, and I think that the title kind of fits it as well, because we have real problems with the title. And
Did you?
Yeah,
Such a great title.
Yeah, well, I didn't think of it, so for 4 years it was.
But
just,
as the author, it's so hard.
Yeah,
It's so,
but normally I write the book and then we pull out something from the text.
Yeah.
Like we begin at the end, that's where we find that. But this one was difficult. But this one it fit because Patch goes into the dark one person, comes out someone else, but it's not entirely negative because he is probably a kid that would never leave the town that he grew up in. They have no money. His dad died in Vietnam, and his mum is ill-equipped to be a mum. And he comes out with this purpose, this grand plan. I need to find this girl. I need to save someone. There can be nothing more important than that. So he sets off on this journey around the US, and he sees the most amazing things. All of this beauty comes into his life. He lives such a rich, full life. And he begins painting his idea of what she looks like. And he's a kid that wouldn't have picked up a paintbrush, had this not happened. And he becomes, these aren't spoilers again, he becomes a wealthy, successful artist because of this terrible thing that happened. So it's frustrating with Patch because you get glimpses throughout the story. Like he moves back to the town that he's from, and he begins building a house, and you kind of get a glimpse of the life that he should have had he not intervened. He might have lived a normal life. But you also know it's temporary, so whenever he's doing well, as soon as he hears about a lead, as soon as he hears a girl's gone missing or the parents write to him, he's going to take off and go across the country and drop everything, the life that he's made for himself. and leave it all behind.
Absolutely. And his care for other people kind of, I think, in some ways comes from the lack of care he had at times in his life. And how did you feel about telling that story of giving that voice to him? Because you do it so gently. But yeah, where does that come from, and that idea of sense of telling stories that maybe we don't hear, or maybe that we hear but in a very different way, about what it's like to grow up in the way that he did?
I kind of did, because like all of my books have teenagers going through a difficult time, and it's what I know. Like when I was a kid, my mum has terrible taste in men, and still does now. And she, like my parents divorced when I was quite young, and she was dating someone who everyone loved. And like my grandparents loved him, and he was really nice until he'd been drinking, and then I kind of bore the brunt of it. And one night he came into my room when I was asleep, and he pulled me out of bed by my arm. We heard the bone break, and he kind of panicked and sent me back to my room, and told me to be quiet until the morning. And in the morning, I could tell my parents that I'd done it playing football. And so I was so scared of this guy, that's what I did. So as a 10-year-old, I had a long night in the dark, you know, with a broken arm. In the morning, I said I did it playing football. That's a lie I stuck to until like 5 years ago when I told my dad what had really happened.
Wow.
Yeah, and then like a few months after that, he stuck his cigarette into my leg. And I have a perfect scar on my thigh from the end of the cigarette. And he told my mum that I bumped into him. And I knew that I hadn't, but I was so scared that I went along with that as well. And so I learned all of these toxic habits. You know, if you get into trouble, you don't tell anyone, deal with it yourself. If something bad happens, don't tell anyone. And so my life veered off, like Patches does a bit. Like my brother went to a really good university, got a really good job. I kind of diverted. I did really badly at school and spent, you know, the next 20, 30 years getting into trouble and trying to find my way back again. So I know these kids, and I know how hard it is to find your way back, and I know what it feels like, you know, to feel like you're different to everyone else. And there's kind of a bit of shame about childhood things, even though clearly as an adult I know it wasn't my fault. And so it's remembering what that's like and writing it, you know, through the characters. And it's really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. That's beautiful. Thanks for sharing that. And yeah, and you put that into the book, and it brings it to people to think about. We had Dr. Duncan Harding earlier, who's a child forensic psychiatrist, and it was really wonderful as well. It's a really hard topic, but his book is also hopeful, and I felt that it was really nice to have a non-fiction and fiction of that idea that more can be done, and we can think about the people that need us and that need a community built around them when it's not quite there for them. But what a remarkable time, to veer off and then find your way back. So thank you. That was fab. You touched on shame a little bit there as well, and I think that comes into the Midnight Feast as well, in that sense of like not being right, not being good enough, and not knowing why, because there's a couple of characters that really don't understand why their lives went the way they did and why they ended up where they were. So can you tell me a little bit about that and how that came into your characters?
Yes, I'm trying to think of, there's one in particular I don't think I can talk about without being
I know,
a massive spoiler. But yes, certainly Bella, who is the teenage author, who was the teenage author of this diary, you know, she has come back as a 30-something-year-old woman she feels she's recently become a mother, and she doesn't know what sort of mother she can be unless she puts right this thing in her past that she still feels sort of huge shame over, and has caused her to sort of self-sabotage, I guess, for the rest of her life since that happened. And so, yeah, she's sort of coming back, kind of like this avenging angel, I suppose, into the world of the man, and nothing else would drag her back. You know, she hates this place. She hates the idea of going back there, but it's something that she sort of feels she has to do because of the shame that sort of haunted her since her.
Yeah, and I think like it's kind of playing with that idea as well in both of them, of that like good people do bad things. And there are times in life where you can kind of really understand that, and not making excuses for the hurt that people cause. But yeah, in some cases you're like, I can see where that went. And if there was just somebody hold their hand and make a change. We might not have seen them go on quite that journey. So I'm going to open up to audience questions shortly, but I just wanted to go back to some of the influences as well that you've had on your writing, and what writers do you look to, both from the past and today, to feed into the work that you do as well?
Oh, great question. Well, I mean, I've just read the new Lisa Jewell, which is coming out in June, I think, and it's amazing. It's annoyingly so amazing. so she's one of those writers that I read and I just think, how do you make this look so easy? She's just, what I love about her writing is she is the character, I think. You feel you know these characters so well. She's very compassionate, even towards, I mean, the character at the centre of her new book, Don't Let Him In, is this really toxic sort of silver fox character. And you're taken to a weird place of almost feeling compassion for him, and I think she's so clever with that. And another writer that does that, completely different writer, but a writer from the past that I'm really inspired by is Patricia Highsmith. Talented Mr. Ripley. Why do you want him to get away with it? Why? He's a sociopath. He's awful, and yet your heart's in your mouth. You're desperate for Tom to pull it off. So I guess my kind of triumvirate of sort of female thriller writers from the past that I look to it would be Patricia Highsmith for character, Daphne du Maurier for atmosphere, and Agatha Christie for plot. And I sort of think, what would they do, if I'm ever kind of struggling?
No, I think perhaps you are, this generation's Agatha Christie, right? Is that too much to live
I don't think
up
I
to?
could. There are a lot of other contenders for that frame. But
Well,
thank
it
you.
was Jackie that said that to me earlier, and she really feels that. So, yeah. And Chris, what about yourself? Have you got?
So there's an author called John Hart, an American author, and I was working in the city, and I was miserable. I'd done it for like 10 years, hated it. And I read a book called The Last Child, and it's this beautiful story about a missing child, and I was really inspired after I read it. And so I Googled John Hart and found out that he had been a successful lawyer and one day just quit his job to write a book. So the next day I quit my job because because this American man that I've never met before did the same thing. And I was married at the time and a baby, and we had to sell our house, sell our car, just no income, and I got 3 jobs because writing pays nothing. And I began writing, and then recently I was, All the Colours of the Dark, I was on tour, and I looked up at the map and saw that we were in Charleston, and I saw John Hart lives in Charlottesville, which looks like that much on a map. So I emailed John Hart and said, can I come and see you? And he said it's a 9-hour drive from there. So I said to my publisher, can you take me to John Hart? And they said yes. So we got a car to drive 9 hours, and then John said, if you come over, we'll go out for lunch. I'm friends with a group of writers. There's me and John and this other guy, and we go out and we have long lunches, get really drunk. And I thought, brilliant. And so I went there, went to the author lunch, and the John that is his friend is John Grisham. So I had a long, boozy lunch with John Grisham and John Hart, which was really cool.
Yeah. No, you must have kind of panicked a little bit, though.
Well, we'd been out the night before with John Hart and his wife, and had been drinking all night. And then the next day I had to go meet John Grisham, and I was, when you're dying, the hangover, it was the worst hangover. And there's a photo of it on Instagram on my page, and you can see that just the Bloody Mary in front of me, trying to get back on track. But John Grisham is like, a legend. And I grew up reading John Grisham books, and he has that ability, a bit like you, when you start reading something and all of a sudden you're halfway through it, and you think, how did I get here? And it's a real skill, and you have it as well. You
have it. Stop it. That's one of my favourite things about Granite Noir is the support we see between our authors, and I think it's just really magic. Books are magic, but it's the behind the scenes as well, the chats that you have, the way authors shout about each other's books. It's so generous, and it's really lovely, and we've really enjoyed that again this year. So thank you both. And if we can get some house lights up a little bit, we'll have a roving mic. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand, and if you just wait a moment, we will get a thing. So we've got a question down here in the front.
So I'm wondering, you both said you did a lot of research for your books. So how do you stop getting lost in the minutiae of your books? And also, how do you maintain momentum to write? Because writing is not a quick thing.
Great question.
Thank you. That's a great
I mean,
question.
I do get lost.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, all the
I go
time.
into lots of cul-de-sacs. I don't plot desperately carefully before I start writing. For me, that sort of kills some of the fun of it. But it has occurred to me that if I did plot a little bit more carefully, I might not write double the length of the book that I need to write and then have to get rid of like 100,000 words. But you know, you never know what's going to be useful, and you never know what's going to come out of something that feels a bit random or a bit. So I kind of want to go there. I want to do the work and sort of see where it takes me. And momentum, deadlines help.
Do they though?
I definitely feel. Have you seen that? It's like it's like, you know, procrastinating, and then it's like all the work while crying at the end. That's me, all the work while crying. But the momentum, I guess. I think it helps for me writing the books the way I write them. And another author told me this was eating the toppings off the pizza, she called it. But I don't write chronologically. I write the scenes that I can see really clearly at the beginning, and then I work out sort of how I join them up, if you know what I mean. And I also, because I write from kind of multiple points of view, I'll write whoever I want to write on any given day, whose kind of voice I feel most like sort of stepping into, whose head I feel most like stepping into. So, you know, it might be like, actually, I feel like writing in Eddie's voice today, or I feel like writing in Francesca's. And that, for me, is a great cure for writer's block, I think. It also means that I'm sort of all over the place, and it's like putting together a massive jigsaw puzzle at the end. But that's also part of the fun of it. For me, that's creatively satisfying. So good question.
Yeah, I do the same. Exactly the same thing. Yeah, exactly the same. I write out of order and put it back together like a jigsaw, and I don't worry so much about getting lost in that, and I've accepted that I will probably write 10,000 words in the wrong direction, turn back, and it used to bother me, it used to feel wasteful, but now it feels like a necessary part of telling the story, and there's no real wasted words.
No,
you know,
that's true. Yeah. Actually, I heard, I think it was Maggie O'Farrell said that I love this as a metaphor, that, you know, all that extra stuff that you write that doesn't make it into the final book is like the sort of scaffolding around your structure. It sort of falls away, but it needed to be there, I think.
Yeah, that is a good way of looking at it.
Yeah. Do you ever come back to pieces and bring them to other works?
No.
No.
Done.
No.
They're dead for a reason.
Yeah.
Although they do. So I don't know if you've had this, but it's like, can you look for some deleted scenes, you know, to put at the end, and you're like, they're deleted for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, this is a bit like an old diary.
You know,
it's like,
I
oh
won't
God.
do it. But TV, if they're doing TV, that's useful. All the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Because TV tends to eat story.
Yeah.
So if you've got extra stuff, you can send it
You
over.
can send that on and say, I have thought about that actually, and this is what we're going to do. Fab.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have we got anyone else with a question? Fabulous. There's one just over here. If you just get the mic to you there, if you just hold on a moment. Thank you.
How do you come up with your ideas for books? And could it be, I don't know, a conversation with somebody on a bus, but obviously you make it not real, you know?
Oh, I think do you want to go first?
Yeah, mine I couldn't do that actually. Mine so I wrote We Begin at the End. I was stabbed when I was a teenager. I got into someone tried to mug me, and I got into a fight, and then I had PTSD afterwards, and did writing as therapy. And part of the therapy was you take the traumatic incident, say the stabbing, and you write about it, but you change the people involved to fictional characters. You change the location to the last place you were happy, the outcome to something you can control. So it was this exercise, and from that, I had to make myself the opposite of me. So I was a teenage boy in London, made myself a teenage girl in the US, and that girl became the character Duchess, who became the star of We Begin at the End, the book that changed my life like 20 years later. So that was where that one came from, and they're all variations of kind of my childhood and putting teens in difficult positions and finding ways out and finding ways to help them, and in turn kind of help me.
Oh, I sort of wish I'd gone first. I feel like my answer's going to sound so light right now. It's going to sound so dry. But for me, it's often, it could be a conversation on a bus, but it's often, I think, about three things, or different things coming together to kind of make a whole. So with this book, it was this hotel, it was the countryside, living in the countryside, like, going back to the countryside, actually, because I grew up in the countryside, kind of lived in the city for a while, went back, kind of local community, the folklore part of it. It was like, I think it was, my original pitch was the Pig Hotel, which is this like countryside hotel. The pig meets the Wicker Man. So that was the sort of, meets, I think, Miss Marple, I originally said, because it was like the small village thing as well. And with the guest list, it was kind of in my early 30s, lots of friends were getting married. It's obviously a lovely time, but it's also a time of kind of really high emotion. And it was like, actually, you've got this great structure here for a sort of murder mystery, because you've got the like rehearsal dinner the night before, you've got the speeches, so you've got all these points that you can sort of hit with the plot and sort of hang the murder mystery on them. Plus, going out, so often there has to be a kind of setting for me. That has to come really early on in it. And it was travelling to the west coast of Ireland, where half my family are from, actually, and getting on a boat out to Inishbofin, which is one of the islands off Connemara, coast of Connemara, and thinking, well, imagine if you had this sort of destination wedding here. It's this really beautiful place, but it's also nature red in tooth and claw. What if the boats can't get there? How does that change those characters in a very particular way, that in a way that they wouldn't be, that this particular alchemy that kind of happens to them in this one spot. So yeah, that's how it happens for me.
Thank you so much. I really liked as well that you talked there, Chris, about writing as therapy. And actually, in our very first event at the festival at Literature at Lunchtime with CJ Cook, she researches and works on creative writing for mental health therapy.
Okay.
So yeah, it's really nice that you've just brought that up here at the we had that on day one, and here we are today, because I think it's not something I'd been very aware of or thought about, and now I'm just going, wow, yeah, and I love the way that you use that, and
well, it
thank
really
you for
suits
talking
me, 'cause
about
I amazingly don't like talking about my problems, but apart from group therapy sessions. No, so like as a kid, I learned to keep my mouth shut if something bad happened. So being stabbed, having a difficult time afterwards, I didn't want to talk to anyone about it. But writing, you don't have to talk to anyone, so it really worked for me.
I'm so pleased, and I'm grateful that you've shared your voice with us, because yeah, it's a real
Thanks.
gift to your readers as well. We've got time for another question, I think. We've got one here up in the middle.
Hi there. I lost my seat. Question for Chris. The characters are all beautifully drawn, but my absolute favourite within the book is Danny, Sammy. Sammy, the gallery owner. Was he always in the book? Was he always there when you started, or did you bring him in? Because he seems to, for me, hold a lot of the story together. And I just love the freedom in which you seem to have written the character. Did you have fun with him?
I did. So Sammy is an art dealer. He is a drunk Lothario, swears a lot. He's, on the surface, unpleasant, but is full of heart, and there's a reason he's like that, and he becomes a kind of surrogate father figure to Patch. And he was there from the beginning. I wanted Patch to have someone, someone older, someone like a surrogate father figure. So I gave him Sammy, and I worked on Sammy for years to get his voice right, because I knew he can appear quite abrasive, and I was also worried about the language, like with Merrick. He drops a lot of C-bombs in the book. And so
they don't like the
don't like the C-bomb, no. So I was worried that was going to get taken out, but no. He was a bit like writing the Patch scenes were incredibly difficult. So I would put them off, I would spend like an hour writing Patch in the basement and then stop, because it was so difficult. It was like, I didn't realise it was so connected to my childhood at the time. So I would then switch and write Sammy, and Sammy was like coming up for fresh air when I was writing him, and I've had probably more messages about Sammy than anyone else.
Thank you. That was lovely. I think we do have time for another one there. If we've got anyone else, we've got one up the back here.
Hi, just touching on what you said there towards the end of your speech there, Chris, earlier on. We've all had books where we get really engrossed and then you kind of have to, when you're finished, you have that awful crash back to reality and the misery of life. How do you guys deal with that as authors? Do you know? Or are you just like, oh, thank God that's done, like a day at the office?
Do you want to
That's amazing, thank you.
Great question. Yeah, it is a funny feeling when you really finish books. When are you really finished? Because it's that editing process goes on for so long. But, because, I get obsessive about that. I mean, it's all I'm thinking about by the end of that process. My poor husband, because I am just, must be a nightmare to live with, because I'm like, what if, pop up at 7 in the morning when I've been thinking for the last 3 hours, because I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. So, it's really strange when that's suddenly gone. But I guess I'm actually working on relatively tight deadlines, so I am also thinking about the next book. And the lovely thing with the next book is it's kind of perfect and unspoiled, and because you haven't gone in there and started messing around with it yet. So it always, I don't know, it's sort of beckoning and quite exciting to step into. So let's have a new book on the horizon, I guess. But there are elements of the books that, feel like kind of threads that purposefully sort of weren't tied up. And I do think maybe one day I could sort of step back into that world. There were threads in the hunting party that were sort of left untied, like a couple of the characters. Might I return to them one day? Possibly. Always leave the door open.
Yeah, and I had a really difficult time writing the book. Like, it was a difficult 4 years of my life. I will gloss over it, but I was arrested during it. I've been arrested before, but this never comes out right when I tell you. I had a really difficult time writing the book, and I was reminded throughout writing it that I keep messing up, in my life repeatedly, and I'm a father, and I don't want to be that kind of father. And I think by the end of the book, I began to realise that I can kind of write the ending to my own story in the same way that Patch does in the book. So it was really important to me. And I never get nervous for anything. Like my ex-wife would say, it's like sociopathic. I just don't feel, it made me a good trader. Because trading is driven by fear and greed. If you can straddle that somehow, you can make money. But so I was nervous about this book coming out because I thought it's the absolute best book that I can write at the moment. If people don't like it, I've got nothing else, and that kind of puts you in a vulnerable place. Yeah. And then you say goodbye to the characters, and they go off, and as quite rightly, they belong to everyone that reads the book, and you kind of nervously wait to see what's going to happen. And in this one, there were loads of pinch me moments. Like, the book has been a New York Times bestseller for 6 months, and it's been wildly successful beyond, I think, what anyone thought, in the team, and Kath, we have the same agent. And I thought, I spent 4 years just sitting alone in my garden in this cabin that I built so that I could write the book, and all of a sudden it's out in the world. And then I met Jenna Bush Hager, and she said, oh, my dad loved it. Her dad is George Bush, the president. And then, and I knew that Bill Clinton had read We Begin at the End, and then Jill Biden was pictured reading All the Colours of the Dark. So, president-wise, I'm doing really well. Yeah.
You don't want the current one. You don't need it when you're...
One more to go.
Don't think he reads.
Yeah, so it's kind of... it's kind of letting go of it, but opening yourself up to all of this amazing stuff that comes with publishing a book. And I don't know about you, but I feel lucky every day to be able to do it.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you. What a lovely way to end. And I felt both of your books, and we're so hopeful, as well as dealing with the darkness that we love to chat about here. Lucy and Chris will be signing books afterwards. We have Waterstones over here. I heartily recommend both, and I'm sure they'll be happy to chat as well. But so as we close our final book event, I just want to say a few extra thank yous. Thank you to our audiences. We wouldn't be here without you. And Granite Noir, we're proud to have some of the best audiences, I think, internationally, let's be honest. It's always warm, it's always giving, and it's just a joy to meet you all. And we have some people who come to the festival every year, and it's just always exciting to see those faces year on year. Thank you to our partners and funders with whom we wouldn't be able to do this, and we're so grateful. The team behind Granite Noir is just an incredible one. Everyone cares about every single part of what we do, every single author, every single guest that comes, and I'm so privileged to work with an amazing team. And of course the wider team at Aberdeen Performing Arts. And Aberdeen Performing Arts is just doing wonderful things in this city, and culture and fun is just getting stronger and stronger each year. It's been an incredible year, jam-packed, and I think even more embedded in the fabric of the city this year. We've enjoyed every single moment, and I hope you have too. We leave with darkness in our hearts, but a spring in our steps. Next year is our 10th festival, Granite Noir X. Right? It's good, it's good. We can't wait to do it once more again for 4 days in the Granite City, and we hope that you take that chance again and dare to be there. But it's not over yet. We have the riotous, fun-loving crime writers in the Lemon Tree Lounge later tonight. So please do come and celebrate with us a fantastic year at Granite Noir. And before we say goodnight, please join me in thanking the wonderful Lucy Foley and Chris Whittaker for our closing event.
Thank you.